Tab.
KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get his freaking out!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports here on 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports application, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. It's a formal Friday. Football Friday, for real. It's Seahawks Friday, man. They're going to play today. Cool as that. Kind of cool. I mean, like, it's cool they're going to play today, but then the weekend is like, oh. Well, there's no more Seahawks. I've already played. And then you got to wait 2 whole weeks before, well, it's not a full 2 weeks since they get to play on a Wednesday. This is just weird, man. You get a Friday and a Wednesday. Like, it's just all over the map. But it's okay. We're ready. Everybody ready?
Are you kidding me?
Oh, are you ready for, not this coming Wednesday, but the Wednesday after that? Are you ready for the Seahawks season to start?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, me too. Feels like it's been a long off season, right? Doesn't the Super Bowl feel like it was a long time ago? And especially on a day like today, you're coming off one of the last Mariner off days of the year. I think they have 3 more off days here before the season ends. The Seahawks play tonight. The Mariners start one of these last 2 huge series against the Blue Jays. Like, there's just a good sense of anticipation, I would say, this morning. Today is a day where there's a lot to kind of look forward to as opposed to a lot to look back on, because yesterday's kind of a quiet day, other than obviously the Leonard Williams signing, which I'll continue to say is amazing. Put together a video yesterday after the show, which I'm sure is up on all the social channels, just saying, dude, this guy, I think, when it's said and done, should be a Ring of Honor guy. I thought so. I thought he'd already be in the conversation. Just, again, being the best player on a world-class defense that wins the Super Bowl and a leader and a great guy in the community. Like, to me, all of that is reason to start the conversation on Leonard Williams' Ring of Honor. And the answer, the response I got then was easy and been here that long. Okay. But when this is done, he will be. And if he lives up to this contract, and I have every expectation that he will, given that he lived up to the last contract, he's not a guy who in any way has, kind of backed off after getting paid. I just think the sky's the limit for Leonard. I love the guy. I think he's a phenomenal football player. I think he's a great leader on the team, and Hard Knocks has certainly shown even more of that. I think he's their dude. And as much as I was happy about Spoon getting paid, I'm even happier about Leonard Williams because of the position he plays and because of the leadership that he brings. I love the guy. I really do. And I know there was some question or concern. Okay, how much longer does he really want to play? He kind of accidentally said he wanted to take it year by year. And everyone's like, whoa. Year by year, like, whoa, dude. And he's like, no, I screwed that up. Hold on.
Yeah, it's definitely minimum 3 years. I meant to say, take it contract by contract.
There we go. Yes, okay, contract by contract.
Did you have a mini heart attack?
A little, yeah, just a little. Wait, what? Yeah, no, a little one. But he was distracted. He had his little baby with him. Baby's clawing at the microphone. Like, anybody who's ever been in that situation knows you got, only 40% of your attention you can pay to anything other than your baby in the moment. So I'll just assume he was distracted. We'll blame the baby. That's usually a good move. Anyway.
You and babies. It's just an all-time feud.
It's a pretty good feud. I feel like
Mike Salk and babies.
They unfortunately win most of the time. That's the sad thing. I do have some other fun stuff for today. We'll dig into this a little later with Brock, but you want to get mad? You want a little trash take here for early this morning?
Brock sent it to us, and then someone tagged me in it on Twitter saying this should be my trash take for next week.
It's pretty trashy. Here is this is Jason McIntyre, who I have some fondness for Jason. I think he's a nice guy. He started the big lead. He did good stuff. He built himself into, being a national opinionist, and Cowherd loves him and all that. But I don't necessarily agree with a lot of what he says.
Sam Darnold suddenly is elevated to top 10 quarterback status by many people.
I like Sam Darnold. I loved him with the Jets. I thought he was great at USC. I think the reality is we're a little irrationally high on Sam Darnold. And I think the best comparison for him, folks, is Trent Dilfer, another guy who won a Super Bowl, right, with Baltimore, an amazing defense, and he was kind of a game manager. There's nothing wrong with being a game manager, you know? Being a game manager wins you Super Bowls. And I compare Darnold to Dilfer because I think Darnold is like a deluxe version of Dilfer.
No, he's not.
Ugh.
I just don't like the comp. I just don't think it's accurate.
I think it's a lazy comp because he went on to basically just say like they both have good defenses and are relying on that. And if you look at the numbers, that's not.
No, I mean, Sam has big games where he threw for a lot of yards. I mean, you can make the argument that Sam turns the ball over too often, but
For sure.
he is capable, certainly, of throwing for big yardage. Doesn't that make him the opposite of a game manager?
Darnold has back-to-back 4,000-yard seasons. Trent
Yeah.
Dilfer never threw for more than 2,800 yards in a season.
It's a really weird comp. My problems with Darnold, honestly, and I don't mean to get this, like, I'm not now trying to be negative about Darnold. I just think he has the wrong negatives. The thing about a game manager, and I'm not anti-game manager. A game manager, though, to me, is somebody who's really good at taking what the defense gives you, doesn't throw for a tremendous number of yards, doesn't throw the ball deep down the field very often, but doesn't put the ball in harm's way. They're really good at distributing the ball to playmakers all around them. They need to have a great running game, obviously, and then they just are getting the ball to everybody else. The early versions of Tom Brady, Kirk Cousins at times. I do think Dilfer was a pretty good game manager. That's why he won a Super Bowl, by not turning the ball over a ton, but not by throwing for a lot of yards. Those game managers can win on the right teams. Russell Wilson had some game manager tendencies early in his career, especially.
Tom Brady early in New England, too. Like, if you're a good coach, you're going to bring a guy along like that.
Sam Darnold is closer to being in the Dan Marino, Brett Favre model. He wings the ball all over the place at times and will make mistakes because of it. I don't see the comp at all. I don't see the comp at all.
I got some numbers for you that are going to concern you if you're a Sam Darnold truther. And just hear me out, okay? So last 8 games of the season, last 9 games of the season, Sam Darnold really struggled, okay? 9 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 13 TDs, 14 giveaways. So you'd think, oh my gosh, your quarterback was below average in the final 9 games. How did they do? They went 8-1 because they had an amazing defense making up for the Darnold mistakes.
The thing is, I watched those games. I watched them with my eyes. And if you watched those games, that's not the take you would have come away with. There were days where Sam wasn't at his best, but I watched those games, my own eyes. And that's how I know he wasn't bad in those games. He was pretty good. He wasn't Trent Dilfer. He was pretty good. I watched the NFC Championship game where he threw for 346 yards, went toe-to-toe with Matt Stafford on a day where his defense didn't have it, and won the game. All right, you want to criticize him because he only threw for 124 yards in the 41-6 blowout of the Niners? Okay. They didn't need him to do a whole lot on that day. You want to get mad at him about it? I watched him throw for 270 and bring this team back against the Rams in the second game that they played against each other. Okay, he had a couple of games in there where he wasn't at his absolute best. That's okay. Was he supposed to do better in the Minnesota game where the defense literally dominated a guy who couldn't play quarterback and Sam only threw for 128 yards in that game? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I should have thrown for 400. I should have been throwing the ball all over the place while we were playing against a rookie quarterback who didn't belong on an NFL field and couldn't complete a pass. You have to watch the games, and I don't blame Jason for not watching all the Seahawks games last year. He's a national guy, and he can't possibly be expected to do that. But to just look at those numbers as a whole and be like, oh, yeah, Trent Dilfer, There are plenty of other numbers, like the 4,000 yards he threw for, like the JSN offensive MVP.
Yeah,
like
I was going to say,
it's just
like,
not a good comp.
Was
It's just
Justin
not.
Jefferson one of the best receivers in the league last year? No, because he had no one throwing him the ball. JSN doesn't become the offensive player of the year unless Darnold's kind of balling out too.
Sam is more of a gunslinger than he is a game manager.
For sure.
And that's the thing I'm most uncomfortable with when it comes to Sam. I don't understand the take at all. He is not a deluxe Trent Dilfer. If anything, he's a poor man's Brett Favre. Two completely opposite archetypes. So I'm discounting this whole thing.
We got a text that says he's more of a diet Purdy than a deluxe Dilfer.
That's right. Wait, a diet Purdy? No, Purdy's a game manager too. Yeah, I don't buy that one. Purdy's a game manager. I like Purdy, by the way. I think he's in the game manager mold. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come right back. I'll give you guys everything you need to know. There's great sound on Leonard Williams. I'm excited to hear some of that. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's the final dress rehearsal before the real thing.
I want to see, how is this roster shaping up?
For many players, it's the final chance to prove they deserve a roster spot.
It's the relentless details that we hone in on each and every day.
Seahawks, Chiefs. Today, pregame at 3. Rabel and Wyman with the kickoff at 5. On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Listen wherever you are for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
We'll work hard to get you the best deal we can. Those are just words until you know who's saying them. From Lee Johnson, it's a promise you can count on.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Fall Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 29th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles, many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit LuckyOldCar.com for a list and pictures of auction vehicles. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, Brock, you're here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you know I love this time of year. It's the boys of fall. They're out there playing football, but we also know that sport, especially professionally, gets guys banged up. And they have doctors and trainers and staff there to put them back together. What about for those that do get hurt being active out on their own? Where do they go?
They go to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, Brock. We've always been available for the public, the consumer, that person out there that maybe has a bump or bruise, and maybe they're a recreational athlete. We are here to help them, give them guidance. But remember, Brock, in the state of Washington, we have what's called direct access. That means if you have an injury or a bump or a bruise, a problem, come see us. We can get you started in physical therapy right away, and we will navigate all the insurance complexities here at IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
And the sooner you start, the sooner you feel better. And with over 40 locations all over Puget Sound, they're easy to find. You can find them online as well at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, let's finish this thing off. Mariners are 8-10 since the start of this tough 24-game gauntlet. They've got 6 more to play, all on the road. We hope they could go 500. To do so, got to go 4-2 here in Toronto and Boston, essentially win both series. That starts tonight against the Blue Jays. They're coming off a shellacking last night at the hands of the Royals. Emerson Hancock, kind of the forgotten guy. We don't talk as much about him, and he may be sacrificed tonight against Dylan Cease, who, as you know, dominated this lineup back in Seattle a couple months ago. Tomorrow will be Kate Anderson against Jose Soriano. Sunday, Bryce Miller scheduled. I assume he's going to make that start against Max Scherzer. Yeah, just kind of waiting to see what this team will look like. Sean Casey on the station earlier this week still believes in the Mariners.
I look at that offense and I say, if Cal gets going, if Naylor gets going, when she's starting to swing it, Julio always does best in the second half, usually around this time. You know, Canzone's been great all year long. And Rosarena's kind of kept them afloat. So I look at that offense and I say, can these guys, you know, get banging at the same time? I think that's the biggest thing. I think some of them have been hot here and there, but not all at the same time. So I think that's one of the biggest things. And I think they have the pitching. I really do. And I think they're sitting pretty well right now.
Well, Maura just pointed out in the break here that if Cal's going to get hot, and he's already started to show some signs of it, he's going to the perfect 2 places. He has had a tremendous amount of success in Toronto, and he has had a tremendous amount of success in Boston. So going to both parks should be a good thing for an already heating up Cal Raleigh. Fairly quiet night in the American League last night for the contenders. Houston did win Game 1 of their long series against the Yankees. Orioles lost. Texas will be in Milwaukee this weekend. So Mariners 3 back of Houston in the West, 4 out starting the day in the wild card.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, huge night for Jalen Milroe as he is going to get the start and play the entirety of this game against Kansas City.
Well, I think it's really great that he has an opportunity, just like the Green Bay game last year, where you're not subbing in, you're not coming in at halftime, you're going through the whole process of starting a game and getting in rhythm and managing the situations, all those things that we want from our quarterback. So I think I'm excited to see him play. It's a great opportunity for him.
It is, and one that he probably needs to take advantage of. He's not played great. We've seen a couple of nice moments from him, a couple of bright moments, but generally, I would say has struggled so far in game action. Trayvon Diggs is supposed to make his debut tonight as well. He's competing for a spot in this secondary, but ultimately, the starters plan to sit for the third straight week. The other news, of course, Kosla family taking over the Seahawks sometime within the next few days. Mike McDonald.
Well, I think the things that they have expertise in right now, and then I think the way that we've gotten to this point is we realize we don't have all the answers, and we try to find the best ones. So and those answers can come from anywhere. So I think it's just going to be fun to develop that relationship and try to see where we can take our club.
I think all that is true. And again, you're dealing with some very smart people who are taking over this franchise, trying to find the best way to utilize everybody's brain power in order to create the best product. I think that's exactly up Mike McDonald's alley.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, well, I was excited about it yesterday. That has not in any way diminished. Leonard Williams here for the foreseeable future. He is, giving a lot of credit to the organization.
It feels amazing. I think this is maybe my first time being extended while under contract with the team, and just goes to show what type of organization we have here and just how much respect and love and appreciation that I have here. And I'm grateful to John and Coach Mike and everybody that it took to get this done and continue my career here. It feels amazing.
He just blows me away. Honestly, every time he speaks, every time he plays, I don't know which part of Leonard Williams I enjoy more, the person or the player. I just love the guy. And what he does on the field, again, the ability to play up and down the entire defensive line and do the right thing at every one of those positions. And he puts up numbers, and yet the numbers still aren't the thing that makes him great.
It's hard to not see what he does. It's interesting that you guys are asking those questions. He's an absolute force that people have to account for. And when you do that, that takes resources towards him, and he can win those matchups. And when you allocate resources one way, you can't allocate them another way, and now our other guys have opportunities. So not only is he making a ton of plays, he's setting his teammates up for making plays as well, and we play better defense with him for sure.
I would say that has been very clear. Leonard Williams has been, if not the difference maker, certainly a difference maker ever since showing up in Seattle. Their defense have gotten better essentially every year since. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, we're getting close. Tonight they'll play a preseason game. They're off all next week. I mean, they'll be practicing, but no game action. And then the following Wednesday, let's go. I mean, like season opener title defense commence. Let's go. 2026 NFL season, as you know, September 9th, kicking off at Lumen Field. Want to send one of you and three of your friends to be there in person. The defending Super Bowl champs, the Seahawks, will open the season against the Patriots. That's a rematch of the Super Bowl, of course. And all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app to find out how to enter. If for some reason you don't have the app, don't worry. You can text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we will send you a link to download it. Enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through this coming Monday, August 31st. That's going to be quite a night. Soundgarden at halftime and the raising of the banner. It's just a cool deal, man. When all those things come together, usually just makes for some great entertainment, great fun, great energy, great all of it. All right, Adam Archuletta joined us, and this guy goes deep. If you're a football fan and you like learning about the game of football, I think you're going to approve. I think you're going to like Adam Archuletta, and I think you got to stick around and listen to it next on Brock and Salk.
30 years ago, Paul Allen purchased the Seahawks.
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Kosla family to Seattle from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland are celebrating Toyota's national sales event with additional inventory on 2026 Tundras and Tacomas. The 26 Tundra SR5 through August 31st, finance a Tundra at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Excludes all applicable taxes and government fees. A negotiable dock fee of $200 is included with approved credit from TFS. Prices will vary based on accessories. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered at ToyotaRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com.
Is your car's AC blowing warm air? Don't sweat it. Bucky's Complete Auto Care is here to help. Right now, you'll save $50 on any AC service. Whether it's a weekend getaway or the daily commute, you deserve a cool, comfortable ride. For over 50 years, local drivers have trusted Bucky's for honest pricing, expert repairs, and guaranteed work, earning them the Carfax Preferred status. 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing. For $50 off your cooling system service, visit buckys.com.
Guys, if you have low energy or reduced drive, it could be low testosterone. At Revive Health here in Seattle, start with a free testosterone exam and consultation with an experienced medical provider. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get started with a free month of TRT. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivehealth.com.
Chris Canny here. Football season is back, and Lids has you covered. Just in time for kickoff. Want the latest headwear to rep your team at the tailgate, at the barbecue, or at the game? Shop the 47 brand NFL collection, exclusively in store at your local Lids. This collection puts a new spin on retro NFL gear. Lids has every fan covered with all 32 teams, featuring the big time hits and alternate team logos. You'll find the perfect fit for every Sunday. Selection may vary by store. Kenny here to help you ignite your taste buds with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Juicy cherry, citrus lime, and blue raspberry. It's that iconic freezer pop flavor, but with none of the guilty sugar aftermath. The perfect summer kick. It's a delicious, portable, zero-sugar energy shot bursting with flavor. Bring on summer with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
One of my favorite scenes from training camp was a coach telling a player he should be happy for another teammate who just signed a contract extension. He earned it. Dave Wyman here, and I'll be happy for you if you earn $30 each month with a Harborstone Credit Union PNW Cashback free checking account. No fees or minimums. Sign up for a membership at Harborstone Credit Union/cash and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest. Insured by NCUA, terms and conditions apply.
Looking to add some excitement to your next night out? Then come roll the dice. Join us Sunday to Thursday after 8 p.m. at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar as Chef John Howie turns your dinner into an exciting game of chance. Enjoy fresh seafood, premier sushi, great steaks, and so much more. At the end of your meal, you roll the dice. You roll a 6, your entire food tab is free. Yes, 100% free. Will fortune favor you tonight? Gather your friends and go roll the dice. Book your table now at SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, it's fun when we get a little breaking news in the morning and gives us an opportunity to just kind of move everything around and focus on it. When we first booked Adam Archuletta to be on the show today, I don't think we realized that we'd be responding to breaking news this morning, but we are. Adam, good morning. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us today.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
Well, we're great, and especially great when this news came down about a half hour ago on Leonard Williams, who I'm just over the moon about. Leo, I think he's the best player on this team and one of the best players in the league. 3-year, $90 million extension, 56 guaranteed. What kind of player is Leonard Williams?
Well, before I talk about Leonard Williams, you guys have a luxury of, you guys have a lot of guys that can be considered near the top of the league, right? So you got JSN, you got Witherspoon, now you got Leonard Williams. But look, hey, good times are flowing right now for you guys up there in the Northwest. And Leonard Williams is, I mean, let's face it, like, he is one of the heartbeats of the football team, and a guy that's consistent, doesn't leave the field, run, pass. I mean, going into the last year of his deal, it's good to be a Seahawk. I wish I can get into the hot tub time machine and go back in time and play right now for Seattle, because you guys have a good thing going up there.
Yeah, you'd be like Nicky Manwari, right? I mean, you were kind of you were the Nicky Manwari before there was Nicky Manwari, right? Wasn't that you? Wasn't that your game?
I think that's accurate. I think that's pretty accurate.
6'3",
yeah,
230, jumped 48, ran 4.4, pterodactyl arms, changed, the whole vision of everything. Maybe not the height and weight, but you had a lot of speed and twitch. You were interchangeable. You were positionless. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not pterodactyl-like, and I'm not 230. But no, definitely that was something that we did. It was my second year in the league, and I just remember we played a lot of cover 2 in one game. It was early in the season, and it was cover 2 almost the whole game. I got no action, and I go into Lovie Smith's office the next day, and I say, hey, I was kind of bored out there, and I really feel like I need to be part of the action. And a couple of weeks later, he moves me down underneath, and I started playing really well. And so I was the nickel, I was the will linebacker, and yeah, I was kind of that guy. Now it's pretty popular because of the way offenses are kind of deploying their 12 and their 13 personnel. When you got a guy like Nick and you got a guy like Petrie and, Derwin James, Kyle Hamilton, these guys are hybrid guys that can do a lot. And boy, it really does give you a lot of flexibility.
Well, that was actually one of the things I was excited to talk to you about. We were talking to Brian Baldinger yesterday. I said, okay, what's the newest evolution in the NFL these days? And he's like, oh, it's the tight ends. Everybody's got 3, 4, 5 tight ends, and they're using them in so many different ways, and multiple tight ends on the field at the same time, and the run pass options that brings with it. So as a former safety, I would assume the best way to combat all of the tight ends is with the right type of safety. So what do you do if you are building a team and trying to build a secondary today to combat the modern offense?
I think it's interesting because, look, scheme is important. And you're seeing, we have a lot of great minds in the game, both on offense and defense. But in reality, it comes down to players. And it comes down to having those matchup pieces. Not everybody is as fortunate to find a guy like Eamon or Witherspoon, guys that have defensive back bodies but can throw it around like linebackers. I mean, think of the flexibility that gives you when an offense comes on the field with multiple tight ends. And, the tight end position, really, I think there's a lot of innovation there because it's kind of been like this, but you're getting these great athletes, these basketball player type athletes that aren't tall enough to play in the NBA or even in college football, but they have the movement skills and the body skills to go out there and really become matchup problems. And if you do have a guy that, can be that inline tight end and has a little bit of pass catching ability, but somebody that really can hold a point, at the line of scrimmage, I don't think you can have a great run game without a good blocking tight end. And then you have a matchup piece on the other side. If you don't have a defensive back type body or a linebacker that has good coverage skills, that's a tremendous advantage to offenses. And I think, you're seeing that with what Sean McVay is doing. I think it simplifies things for the quarterback because you can pick out your matchups. And so I do think that's an interesting evolution. And I can't wait to see what the 2026, iteration of what offenses are going to do.
He is CBS's Adam Archuletta. Kind of fun. Last Friday, Adam Salke was out and had a 1980s Arizona State safety fill in. That's a great Paul Moyer. And now we get another generational safety from Arizona State and Adam Archuletta on with us. And Paul said, you know what the whole league is going to do, right? They're all going to do the McDonald's scheme. We're not talking about the Rams tight ends and everything else, but the league, when you win a title and do what they did defensively, is now going to study what Mike and his staff is doing defensively. So when you watch the Seahawk defense and you watch their tape, what do you think and how do you think the rest of the league will try to attack it?
That's an interesting question, Brock, and I love that question because I strongly lean towards, I don't know, I don't want to use this word, but I'm going to use it simplicity in a sense. And not that what Mike is doing is simple. It's not, because there's an extraordinary amount of detail. But what I see from his players is that they're rarely out of position. And I don't see them ask their players to do things that they're not capable of doing. And I think, part of the way they disguise things, they do it kind of from a muddy two-shell concept. And I don't think they give their players, 9 or 10 different techniques that they have to master. I think he's done a great job of packaging his defense so a lot of techniques are able to carry over, if that makes any sense. And so I see them and I see their players, and I even saw it in their last preseason game with the backups against Tennessee. They are really good at reading their keys and making fast decisions. I don't see a lot of processing going on. I don't see a lot of algorithmic computations going on the play. I see a defense that's smart. They know what they're expecting. And when they make a decision, they go fast. And I'd love to spend more time with Mike Macdonald because I just love the way they tackle. I love the way they attack. And I just see a confident group at all three levels. So I think it's just in the way, I think it's in the way they teach it. Mm-hmm. Coaches, they all know scheme. They all have answers. But the way they teach it and the way they could simplify the complex nature of this game to their players so they can go out there and process fast. I think that's really what the magic is with what they're doing, not necessarily the scheme of what they're doing, if that makes sense.
Well, so I want to play you some sound because I'm very lucky. I get to work with Brock every day. That doesn't make me lucky all the time, but sometimes Brock brings in really great guests, like his relationship with you. And earlier this offseason, we had Phillip Rivers on and then Kirk Cousins on because we wanted to get a sense as to what it was like to be a quarterback facing this defense. And specifically Cousins, Brock asked him, okay, what is it like as a quarterback after the ball is snapped against this defense? This was his answer.
Yeah, I think it starts certainly with reading coverage, and they make it muddy. Late in the play, it can still look very similar, one coverage to another. And if I know it's going to be single high man, that may dictate that I work a certain place on the field. But if it's a different coverage, quarters, let's say, then I may work a totally different place on the field. So if you can make single high man and quarters, which are reasonably different coverages, if you can make them look the same as long as possible in the down, the quarterback doesn't know whether he should be going left or should be going right. And so if you can create that, unsettledness in the quarterback's eyes and mind, then, advantage defense. So I think Mike just has done a good job coaching his safeties, coaching his secondary to, maintain that unsettledness for the quarterback throughout the game and marrying different coverages. And I think you saw that, throughout the season as they defended people.
Okay, so that's Kirk Cousins, the quarterback's perspective of what it's like to face this defense. Can you give me the safety's perspective on what it takes to make that happen and what it takes to make that work?
Yeah, well, the first thing it takes is to have coaching and a scheme that makes sense and doesn't contradict itself and give you a bunch of contradictory rules. That's first and foremost, and I think that's part of it.
What does that mean? What do you mean by for someone who's never played the game at an elite level? What do you mean by a contradictory rule?
Well, for example, if you're playing in the secondary, I want to try and make this as simple as possible without going into a 2-hour clinic. So maybe a better way to phrase it is this. This is what I believe is to play good defense. You want as much decision-making to happen with your adjustments before the ball is snapped. The longer into the play where different guys have to read things and be on the same page, that's when things start to break down. So I think what happens in a lot of defenses is they want to hold the chalk last, but they hold the chalk last for too long. And so now the ball is snapped. Receivers are 5 yards into their routes. You're relying on 3 guys having to see the same thing. And then inevitably there's an assignment error and guys are wondering what's going on. So there's just a lot of gray area. And so if you want to have a lot of calls, I think you want to make sure that everybody, as many people are on the same page in the back end before the ball is snapped with your calls and adjustments. Once the ball is snapped, you want to be able to read your keys and go ahead and make plays. I think there's too many defenses that rely on too many people being on the same page after the ball is snapped, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to follow Adam Archuletta on Twitter at Adam Archuletta. Does a lot of this via video, and I'm just looking at a tweet from yesterday, Adam, from you, and it's regards to a comment that Garrett Wilson or somebody that covers Garrett Wilson had made. But man, does it play into the last 14 minutes of our conversation here. You tweeted, quote, "Most players long for simple times when things aren't overly complicated. Football's a complex, evolving game, but good coaching packages its growing complexities into something that players can visualize and automate. The game is played at eye level and in microseconds, not on a chalkboard or on a video. A good coach understands that balance. A great coach knows how to get his players to do more by thinking less and eliminating unnecessary minutia. Isn't that exactly what Mike Macdonald does better than everybody else?"
Well, based on the way his players play, yes. I would say that. I look at we could talk about this stuff for hours and there's different philosophies on defense. Some guys have a lot more volume. Some guys are more simplistic. I would say you look at the Houston Texans, there's a lot of detail of what they do within their scheme, but there's not a lot of volume of scheme. You look at a guy like Fangio, he has a lot more coverages and does a lot more things. But to me, again, it's in the teaching part of it. How do you take all this stuff and you strip out only the things that matter? And I when I turned the page as a player and when I really had that light bulb moment, it dawned on me that I was worried and I was thinking about too many different things. There's so many data points out there on a football field. There's so much information to take in. And I think coaches, they want their players to be prepared. And so they give them all this stuff. But your job as a player is to figure out, well, what really matters? I've got to eliminate 98% of this stuff because it only matters if I can recall it on the field. And if I'm sitting here saying, what if, yeah. Well, then I can't play fast. Yeah. And if I can't play fast, well, then I can't compete. And so that's just kind of my philosophy when it comes to football. And look, I've talked to quarterbacks. I've really enjoyed my time with when Matt Ryan was with us at CBS and we talk at the seminars. He would talk about the quarterback position in the same way and just say, there's a lot of great information, and I know coaches are well-intended, but you can't talk to players like you're at a coaching clinic, right? You got to talk to players so they can process it fast, right? Yep. And if they can't, well, then you're just giving them a lot of wasted knowledge.
Are you thinking of Damon's story?
No, I'm thinking of 2002 and walking into on a Tuesday, because Peyton made us come in on Tuesday because he had to have the game plan on Tuesday, and walking into our QB room, and we played the Patriots, and every inch of the whiteboards on all 4 walls are covered in tendencies. And I'm like, well, that's great for a beautiful mind guy like Peyton, because he can actually process all of this and use it. And for me, I'm like, this is death. Like, what? I'm going to be totally paralysis by overanalysis. So those that can handle that, like Tom or Peyton, and could process all of it, and Matt Ryan, like you could see why they were able to do what they do. And then slappies like me are like, yep, no chance. Can't do that. So you better call it very differently, Tom, if I ever have to
You
play
say
for
slappies like you, but that your story about Damon and Dan Marino, and Marino coming to the sideline, and Damon saying, what'd you see? Was it XYZ? And he's like, I don't know. I threw him the ball. He was open.
Was it because the safety 3 bust? Is that what you read? Did you read his angle? Did you see him come down? And Dan's like, what? You think I look at any of that? What are you talking about? I just see space and throw into space. See ball, hit ball. Like, keep it as simple as you possibly can. So different strokes for different folks. But I think your point, Adam, cutting through all that fun conversation, is Mike and this staff know their personnel intimately well. What they can do, what they can't do, and put them in a position, from Leonard to Spoon to Julian to all of them, put them in the position to maximize their talents. That fair?
I think that's the name of the game. And I think a lot – I see a lot of – look, I have a lot of respect for coaching. I really do. There's a lot of great men that sacrifice a lot of time, and coaches are really smart. But I do think that a lot of coaches get overly caught up in their scheme and the X's and O's, and then away from what really gets our players going, really getting to understand what makes this player – really feel like he can come alive, right? And how do we put him in that position? I mean, that's hard to do. You got to, your job is to prepare guys so they know what they're doing on the field. But I think they kind of lose sight of that. I remember talking to Rod Woodson when he was coaching. And, Rod is obviously one of the greats, not only athletically, but just a great football mind. And we were just talking about his experience coaching and his perspective on it. And he said, everything looks good on the chalkboard, right? Everything is up there. You have answers for everything. And he said, what a lot of guys don't understand is that all those X's and O's, they move when they're on the field, right? And so I think coaches kind of lose sight of that sometimes. And you hear a lot of great stuff on YouTube and a lot of jargon and a lot of clinic stuff. And I sit there and I listen to it and I say, man, that is too much to think about as a player. What's going to get this guy to play as fast as possible? What's going to get him to feel confident in what he sees? And most players aren't the Peyton Mannings. Most players are slappies that just want to see ball, get ball, right? I just want to be able, I don't want to be thinking. I want to just cut it loose. And then I want to start to own my own process. What's that process like? And if you're thinking about too many different things, then I think it's hard to ever find out who you are as a player.
I'm looking at that picture behind you, and I'm trying not to get distracted by the Rams uniform behind you. And you know how people here feel about the Rams right now. I think there's a lot of frustration in Seattle, Adam, that this team just won a Super Bowl, and the entire offseason talk is about how good the Rams are. Can you give us a sense as to what you think of these two teams and what the NFC West looks like this year?
I think it's awesome. I mean, I think really this year, as I look at across the league, I think there's a lot of great stories. It's one of the best going into the season storyline NFL across the board. But I look at the NFC West, and you got the Super Bowl champs, and you got a young coach that really seems to have a lot of emotional intelligence and has really built a special culture up there in Seattle, and you just won it all, right? But you can't overlook what the Rams are doing and who they are and who they're coached. They're coached by a pretty special individual as well. And they have some pretty serious talent. And if you think about, guys that are really pushing innovation and guys that are really moving the needle, I mean, there's a couple on the list. Well, two of them are in the NFC West with Shanahan and McVay. And so, what the game within the game and what the evolution is going to be and how they all try to combat each other, to me, is as high-level football as I've seen since I've been in the NFL. And I can imagine, look, I'm not a head coach and I'm not with Coach McDonald, but I don't think he really cares that guys aren't talking about the Seahawks. I think that's probably a pretty good place to be. I can speak from experience. I don't do well as a front runner. I don't really excel when I'm a front runner or when things are going well. I think sometimes I need that kind of chip. I kind of need to be knocked back to be able to prove myself and to get the very best out of myself. So I wouldn't look at that as a slight. I'd look at it as, hey, we're right where we need to be going into the start of this season. And we know it's going to be a battle. There's going to be great competition. Let's put our best out there and see what happens.
Hey, last minute here. We're at Adam Archuletta. You got to follow him on Twitter. You'll see him on CBS calling games this year. I knew this would be a fun segment, Salk, but I know you over all these years. Like, there's a lot of things that Adam's saying that you're like.
I wrote two things down. I got two. I've got two phrases I wrote down. Do you know what the two were?
Do I, or does Adam?
Usually you do. You don't know what the two I wrote down two phrases. One, emotional intelligence of Mike McDonald, to come back to later, because that has been really on display during Hard Knocks more than anything else. And the other was who gets to hold the chalk last.
That's a good one.
I've never heard that phrase before,
really
but I'm excited to delve into it more deeply with you later.
I really like that one. Yeah. And I'll leave you in last question with this, Adam, in the last minute here. What have you learned watching Hard Knocks? Are you a guy that takes it in, and have you had a chance to kind of absorb these 4 episodes with the Seahawks and learn anything new?
Yeah, sometimes it depends. Sometimes I haven't watched Hard Knocks. This season I have. And so it's something that me and my sons, we like to do, and we've been able to watch. So we finished up the last episode last night. What I think I've learned is that, and you're seeing this kind of new guard of coaching, and you hear this word a lot, and kind of it's overused sometimes. It's kind of a cliche in a source, but this word connection. And how important that is to a lot of coaches. You hear it from guys like McDonald, you hear it from McVay, Jesse Minter. And I think that's real. I think you see that come across. I think it's not that you're a player's coach. There's still an authority, but I think you see from this staff and what they've done that the guys, they've really built something where the guys feel like they're together and they are connected. And really, Brock, they've been saying it since we played, every coach is always chasing chemistry. How you get that? Is it going bowling? I don't know. Is it going to golf tournaments? I don't know. But I just think that it is the relationship with the coaches and the example that they set in the building to be able to bring everybody together. And guys know that, hey, coach is going to be hard on me, but I know he's in it for my best interest, and I know he's got my back. Now I got to live up to my end of the bargain. And I think that's the one thing that really stands out when I watch, this season of Hard Knocks.
I'd love to continue this. Unfortunately, we're out of time, because I wanted to ask you about the biggest Hall of Fame snub for me right now, which is Torrey Holt. Well, how is Torrey Holt not in the Hall of Fame? You have to go against that guy in practice. Are we crazy? Can we get Torrey Holt in the Hall of Fame?
So we got to go to break.
I know.
We got to go to break. Yeah.
But that guy's a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay,
he's
good.
a Hall of Famer. There's a lot of Hall of Famers on that. I mean, talk about a treat, man. I got to play with some great men.
You did. Adam, thank you so much. This is a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll do it again soon. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Anytime.
Yeah, there you go. There's Adam Archuletta. Enjoyed the conversation, and I like that idea of who gets to hold the chalk last, right? You got an offense and a defense both looking at each other, trying to figure out and make their little moves. Who gets to make the final move? It's not unlike, for me anyway, and maybe you guys would see this the opposite way because not as many hockey fans here, but like the last change on a face-off, right? Coaches go back and forth, and there's a reason the home team gets to make the last change because they get to match up the way they want to match up. And I like that idea of who's getting to hold the chalk last and trying to dictate. That's what Brock always says, right? Are you going to dictate? So that jumped out to me. And then just listening back to it, the only other comment I had was, it's funny, he said, not everyone is fortunate enough to have a guy like Eamon Warry and Witherspoon who are positionless. And I like the word fortunate better than lucky. But in both cases, like, well, they're not luck. That was the design. Draft guys that are going to be able to handle what other teams are trying to do to you offensively with those tight ends and with that offense. It's not, they didn't luck into it. It's not fortunate. They I think, correctly predicted how the NFL offense would evolve and found the perfect type of player to try to combat that. So a lot of credit there to John Schneider, to Mike McDonald, and to the rest of the crew. All right, coming up, Mariners start not the final big road trip of the year, but the final 6 games of this crazy gauntlet. What do they need to do in Toronto, and what does it look like after? Yeah, it looks actually pretty good. It's next on Brock and Salk.
It's the final dress rehearsal before the real thing.
I want to see, how is this roster shaping up?
For many players, it's the final chance to prove they deserve a roster spot.
It's the relentless details that we hone in on each and every day.
Seahawks, Chiefs. Today, pregame at 3. Rabel and Wyman with the kickoff at 5. On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Listen wherever you are for free on the Seattle Sports app.
We'll work hard to get you the best deal we can. For Lee Johnson, it's a promise backed by more than 90 years of earning people's trust.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Is your car's AC blowing warm air? Don't sweat it. Bucky's Complete Auto Care is here to help. Right now, you'll save $50 on any AC service. Whether it's a weekend getaway or the daily commute, you deserve a cool, comfortable ride. For over 50 years, local drivers have trusted Bucky's for honest pricing, expert repairs, and guaranteed work, earning them the Carfax Preferred status. 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing. For $50 off your cooling system service, visit Bucky's.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this, and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Take care of your friends. Taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Certain industries expose workers to hazardous chemicals. If you worked in a paper or pulp mill, or in aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and have a child born with birth defects, Your child may be entitled to legal damages as a result of your exposure to such chemicals. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals, metals, and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb malformations, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other birth defects, and you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill, aircraft manufacturing, or painting, contact us now toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill or aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Morning, Brock. Happy Friday. Happy Seahawks game day. Game day rolls today. Game day rolls today.
Yes, sir.
Pretty fun.
Someday I'll tell you what happened to Rawls.
Yeah, someday. One day we'll get to hear that story. Game day rolls for the Seahawks. We'll be talking about them quite a bit throughout the morning. G. Scott will come by at 8:30. Mariners in Toronto. So this is the end of this big swing, right? We talked about the 24-game gauntlet that they had to run through. 8-12. I'm sorry, they are. I have it written down here. Hold on.
You sure do.
I do. I have it here, Brock. They're 8-10 since the start of the gauntlet. So go 4-2 on the road, and you finish at 500.
Yeah.
Possible?
Well, they just went 4-2 at home. The only difference is at home this year, they've actually had a plus record. They've been pretty good at home. It's been the road that has just killed them this season.
And Boston's been playing good ball. Toronto, up and down, but you are going to see Dylan C. So I don't know. There's it's a good question. Can you do that? Moore pointed out that Cal started to get hot and that these are probably the two ballparks outside of Seattle that Cal loves most. Loves going to Toronto and torturing the Blue Jays. Loves going to Boston and kind of living up to that Jason Varitek comp that, one of his childhood heroes. So, yeah, I think that they're certainly capable of it, regardless if you can get through it, even at 3-3. Just looking at, kind of where you're at today, 3 games back, 4 games back. If you can just get through this, even at 3-3, just kind of hold where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Have you really looked at the September? I know we've talked about the September schedule being easy, but I looked at it today because I was like, okay, how easy is it really? If you can get through this, A's for 4 at home, day off at home. The most difficult thing you'll do, 3 against the Rangers at home, coming off of an off day at home.
Mm-hmm.
So it sets up as well for you in that series as it could. 3 on the road against the A's, 3 on the road against the Angels. Those two teams.
And Joe Adell's not there anymore, right? They
No.
trade Joe Adell?
Yeah, I think he's not there to. I don't think he's there to
rob
to
9
rob
home runs. Great.
Yeah. And then another day off because you're going to need it after those difficult games against the A's and Angels. And then you go to Colorado to play the Rockies for 3. The Rockies have a negative 138 run differential this year. They can be feisty, but a negative 138. By the way, the A's are negative 185. The Angels are only at negative 75. And then you come home, another day off.
Jeez.
A whopping 2 games against the Astros. They may matter quite a bit.
Yep.
And then you finish with 4 with the Angels at home.
Mm-hmm.
And their negative 75 run differential, they've lost 4 in a row.
Yep.
If you can't make the playoffs with that as your final 3-4 weeks, you don't deserve to make the playoffs. Right? I mean, I think we could all just say, if you don't get it done then, you never deserve to get it done. That is as easy a schedule as they could possibly write for you for the final month of the season. There are only 5 games against teams that are even decent. And of those, there's only, Brock, there's not a single game on that schedule against a team that is today above 500. Not one.
Yeah.
Not one of those teams is a game above 500. The best of them is the Astros, who are 67 and 67, and you only have 2 games against them. The Rangers would be next. You've got 3 against them. They're 2 games under 500. After that, I don't even think I'm capable of doing the math on the Angels, A's, and Rockies. Actually, I am.
Mm-hmm.
The Angels are 30 games under 500. 30.
Yep.
The A's are 28 games under 500, and the Rockies are 30.
The one kind of little question mark team in there is the A's, because they've been without all 4 of their guys.
Yep.
So do those guys all remain out? Their first baseman Kurtz and Soderstrom, they've all been on the injured list. We know what the little shortstop does every time he plays against you. He takes 52 pitches and he puts every one of them in play. And
Jack
most of
Wilson's
them,
kid.
Yes, yeah. So some of that depends on the health of those guys, because when they're healthy and in that stupid little ballpark they play in, you never know.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the Angels are terrible.
Go
the
to
Rockies
Sacramento.
cannot pitch.
You're going to go to Colorado.
You have Houston and Texas at home. You're absolutely right. You for Dan and staff and everybody, as disappointing as this season has been, you've heard this echo around that place a whole bunch. You heard it on this homestand where they went 4-2, that it really doesn't matter. Mike, can you win the American League West in the first quarter?
You can't, Brock, no.
Mike, can you win it in the second quarter?
No.
How about the third quarter?
Hell no.
I was waiting for that, Bruce. I was waiting for that.
No, you got to win it here in September.
We're in the second half of the fourth quarter right now. If it's analogous to a football season, here we are. We're into the fourth quarter of the season.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is you don't control your own destiny on this, because teams are going to play games that you're not a part of, right? I mean, Houston is going to play their own schedule, and you're not a part of it.
Nope. But at least you get them twice, and you get Texas 3 times at home. So this is for all the interleague play, for all kind of the crazy schedule, and then you look at it, and Houston's schedule certainly toughens up in September. It's not what your August was.
No, I mean, they also
tougher.
have another difficult spot here, right? Houston has...
They're at the Mets this weekend for 3. They just finished with the Yankees, and they won in the Yankee Stadium. Took 2 or 3 from the Yanks.
They got the Yankees. They finished that off.
Yep.
Then they go...
the Mets.
Yes. No, they're starting with the Yankees. No, you're right. They go to the Mets. I'm sorry.
Mets,
they go to the Mets, and then Chicago, and then Arizona. Mm-hmm. They've got their Philadelphia and Tampa stretch.
Yep.
They've still got Atlanta. But they've got, they got 3 or so against Kansas City, a couple against the A's. But their schedule is much more difficult than yours.
Yes, it is.
Teams that are hoping to make the playoffs or going to make the playoffs. So it's a 3-game difference, but certainly in terms of schedule, if you can take care of business, it really shouldn't be a problem. And this is why I've continued to say all year long, don't write them off, even when they're not playing well. This schedule is going to ease up in September, and the AL West is bad, historically bad.
That's right.
Historically awful. The Astros are bad. They may still beat you, but they're bad. The Rangers may still beat you, but they're bad. The A's and Angels are awful. awful baseball teams. They might still beat you, and that'll be on you because you have more talent than all four of those teams, and it's not close. And now you've got an easier schedule than they do as well. No excuses, man. I know you've gotten down. I know that this year hasn't gone the way you wanted to, but you look at that, there should be a lot of optimism, and there should also be a lack of excuse-making. Like, the schedule's there for you, man. You are not so far behind that you can't get this done.
But this team that you're playing in Toronto, they're saying the same thing as they begin the series.
Yep.
They're, a couple games out of the wild card as well? And if they pitch and they brought in Soriano and they got Cease, and if Scherzer can find the fountain of youth and Vlad can hit some home runs, and they put it together. They played in the World Series last year. So they're probably having, and we'll chat with Dan Shulman on Monday after all this series ends. But you know what? That's what they're saying. I mean, none of that matters for the first 5 months of the year. Because if we get hot at the right time and we pitch and we hit home runs, we could be the wild card. We can win the wild card. Are we better than the Twins? Are we better than the Guardians? Are we better than the Tigers? Are we better than the Rangers? Like, we played in the World Series last year. These two teams played in the ALCS last year. And
I'm looking forward to a little rematch here in Toronto this weekend, see what that looks like. Ryan Dempster summed this up about as well as anyone. I'll play that for you along as everything you need to know next.
30 years ago, Paul Allen purchased the Seahawks.
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Kosla family to Seattle from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
At Dunn, relationships are everything. It's why we build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can.
If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at dunlumber.com.
Dunn Lumber. Building success together.
Experience the thrill of the Kitsap Fair and Stampede with heart-pounding PRCA rodeo action. Wednesday through Friday at 6:30 p.m. Saturday at 5. Watch top-tier cowboys and cowgirls compete under the lights in bareback riding, barrel racing, steer wrestling, bull riding, team roping, saddle bronc, breakaway, and tie down. And on Sunday, August 30th, finish it off with the adrenaline-pumping Extreme Bulls at noon. Kitsap Fair and Stampede runs August 26th through the 30th. Tickets and info at kitsapfair.org.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Football, baby!
Nobody gets you closer to the action at Seahawks training camp than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Keep summer going during the Toyota National Sales Event at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, with additional inventory at both stores on 2026 Camrys, Corollas, and Prius. Through August 31st, see your North and South Toyota dealers for exceptional offers on cars in the Corolla and Camry families, along with the Prius. Visit either store and test drive one and take that car home the same day. Whether you're in the North or the South, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
O'Brien. Summer is for going big.
Julio! Dead center field, solo home run, 4-0 Mariners.
Summer is for showing out.
Crawford, out of the glove, Emerson to first. What a play!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Cal Raleigh with an RBI double. The big thumper comes through in the clutch.
Where else do you get 9 innings of eye-popping swings and snags? Plus fireworks that make your feet dance and your jaw drop. Oh yeah, and the guys have a dance of their own, a wind dance.
Party time at T-Mobile Park in the sunshine.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Don't miss out on Mariners Fireworks Night at T-Mobile Park. Next up is the Sing-Along Show on Friday, September 4th, presented by T-Mobile, after the Mariners take on the A's. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets and check out all the biggest events down the stretch, like the Andres Munoz Funko Pop giveaway September 8th through the 10th.
Paddle your way to a Salmon Run surprise of $100,000 in cash. Win your share with hourly drawings from 6 p.m. till midnight every Saturday in August. It's a King's Cash cascade of prizes that just keeps on growing, cresting at a $15,000 finale on August 29th. Dive into all the freshwater fun with one free daily entry. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 35 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, time for the Mariners to finish this thing off, right? This very difficult stretch against a bunch of good teams. They've gone 8-10 thanks to a good homestand. So go 4-2 on the road. You finish it at 500, and you're in great shape, I would say, at that point for the final couple weeks of the season. You got to go to Toronto and Boston. Blue Jays are coming off just getting shellacked last night by the Royals. Emerson Hancock and Dylan Cease, who dominated the M's back in Seattle a couple of months ago. Then Kate Anderson against Jose Soriano, who's been very good this year. Sunday, Bryce Miller, scheduled anyway, against Max Scherzer. Brock, you were talking about kind of when you get hot. Ryan Dempster said very much that.
Some teams come out of the gate and play great right away, and then they maybe make the playoffs, and then they just kind of fade. And some teams sneak up on you out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you get healthy, a guy gets hot, another guy starts getting hot, somebody starts pitching really well, boom, 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 and then you put yourself in a position where you're playing well at the right time. So, yeah, it's a great opportunity. I think that's the hardest part, is to look forward today. Okay, how do we win today? How do we win today? That's all that matters.
I love that idea of looking forward. And if you are a Mariners player, that's probably easy. If you are a Mariner fan, I understand why that's very difficult.
Yeah, and if you're these two teams, you probably never imagined that you would be a combined 11 games under 500 between the two of you. The combatants in the ALCS that everybody pointed to and looked at and said, wow, you got Vladdy, the star, you got some pitching, you got some things there. Remember, it was all the young guys. Mm-hmm. It was that pitcher with the crazy splitter. It was the outfielders that just made all the difference. It was like some of their young people that were the difference. Obviously, the homer in the 7th didn't help either. But, yeah, back to, place of the crime and side of the crime, and here we go. They're 5 games under 500. You're 6 games under 500. And with just 28 games to go, every single one of these
That's
series
for
becomes
sure.
hypercritical.
Fairly quiet night for the contenders in the American League. Houston did win over the Yankees. We were talking about that. Orioles lost. Texas will be in Milwaukee this weekend. M's sit 3 back of Houston in the West, 4 out in the wild card. And no reunion with Geno Suarez, not in the cards. He reportedly cleared waivers yesterday, meaning no one claimed him and the money left in his deal, so he will stay in Cincy for the final month, and the Mariners will stick with the roster that they've got.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, third preseason game day Rawls for the Seahawks tonight, Brock. They are in Kansas City, and it's a big one, I think, at least according to Mike.
These are great games. These last preseason games, there's so many great stories of guys playing great football, and again, everybody's on their own timeline. So are you fighting for a roster? Yeah, you are. You're fighting to further your career. Is it a roster spot? Maybe not. Those are things that are outside of our control at this point in the process. So let's focus on going play your best football and then trust that the process will take care of itself, whether it's you're on the initial 53 or on the initial 70, or maybe you're a guy that's going to come back. All those things are on the table.
And there's enough guys on this roster, Salky, that some of these bubble players, these young players can look at and go, there was a time when Drake Thomas was in my shoes. And he was cut by the Raiders, and there was a time that Patrick O'Connell was an undrafted free agent, and Ty Okada and Brady Russell, and you just got to look around that room and go, man, these guys aren't in any different spot than I am right now. And they made their mark. Some got released from other teams, got picked up here, and made the roster, and have been part of the 70 strong. And yeah, that these 50 to 60 plays of resume tape, this is hypercritical for your career here, or if you're going to go on a practice squad. Now, with the practice squad so expanded in today's NFL, even from my era, like these Seahawks want to keep their own. Like they've invested the last 6 months in them, all of this training camp, all of the offseason. We do see them do that year in and year out. But hey, man, there are enough stories in that room that you don't have to look around the league. You can look right at your own teammate and say, man, you were in the same shoes that I was in a couple years ago. I want to be like you one day.
Obviously, the big name to watch tonight is Jalen Milroe. He's going to play the entirety of this game at quarterback. Last week, again, I thought a really good first drive, and then right back to some of the struggles that we've seen from him in these preseason games for the last couple of years. So an opportunity ahead of him. Trayvon Diggs supposed to make his debut tonight as well, as he competes for a spot in the secondary.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Now the Leonard Williams deal is done, and he did sign it yesterday. We got to hear from him and from Mike McDonald, specifically Leonard, proud of this organization.
It feels amazing. I think this is maybe my first time being extended while under contract with the team, and just goes to show what type of organization we have here, and just how much respect and love and appreciation that I have here. And I'm grateful to, John and Coach Mike and, everybody that it took to get this done and continue my career here. It feels amazing.
Brock, he's making a case for me anyway to be my favorite Seahawk of all time. I love this guy. I love everything he has to say. I love the way he plays. I'm incredibly happy to see that this got done yesterday. There's just something about Leo that it works for me, and I love the versatility, the ability to play up and down the line. There's nothing about him I don't love.
I think there's a couple things that stand out as you and I reacted to this in real time. Sorry, Bump and Stace. We're doing a lot of breaking news now on our show. And I think the one layer, and I think Nemhauser hit on this yesterday, is he's the one Seahawk you clearly point to. And there have been a bunch of them, but this is so in our face right now, where the Seahawks chose him and he chose the Seahawks multiple times. Right? They traded for him, and good on John and staff to have the courage to do that. That was after a Jamal failed trade. A Jimmy that you look back at Jimmy Graham and go, that wasn't probably ideal, but they had the courage of their convictions to go, no, we could still do this. Dwayne Brown was a hit. That was a double. And this was a home run, ultimately, as was Rashid Shaheed last year. So to take that, kind of continue to take that risk. Secondly, when he went to the market after that first tenure here, yeah, he preferenced the Seahawks. He loved it here. He didn't want to go anywhere else. West Coast guy, everything that this community brings, he wanted to be a part of it. And yet again, he chose the Seahawks and wanted to be a part of it. That's a win-win.
Sure is. Here is Mike McDonald asked what Leonard has left.
Some of the best in the world. His production is high, but it's also a synergistic thing where I feel like the way he plays sets up other players as well, both in the run and pass. And let alone like how he interacts, just how he builds up the whole team on a day-to-day basis too. So again, I think it's a great deal for both sides, and he's earned it, and we're excited to make it happen.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. A quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. A lot of reaction to the Mariner conversation about their schedule, saying, but the Mariners are bad too. Mm-hmm. They certainly played bad. There's no doubt. Yep. I mean, no one's disputing that, but
64 and 70, those other teams, if they're looking at you on their schedule, right, they're going, oh, look at those guys.
Yep.
And they've been just a mess this year.
But
look at their run differential.
But those teams aren't looking at you at the schedule because they're done.
No, just Texas and Houston.
Right, just Texas and Houston. But the other three teams, Colorado, Anaheim, and the A's,
yep,
they're done.
Yep.
They've been done for months. Like, they are in a different place. Yes, you're right.
There is a tiny little bit of danger in that.
Yes, I know that.
And you see guys and call-ups and young players that you don't know and everything else versus.
I just want to be clear about this. This is about a little bit of optimism. Like, this is the facts. You're going to play these teams that have really struggled this year. Your schedule is going to be a lot easier than it was. So it is about a level of optimism. It's also about getting it done. Mm-hmm. And if you can't get it done, you got to take a real serious look at your process.
That's right.
You got to take a real serious look at everything. So it's a little of both. There is some optimism, but with that comes hey, you got to get it done or else.
How many lefties are you going to face down the stretch of these final 28? I don't even know. Yeah, I'm sure those matchups are not set with some of those other teams, but that has just been, as we've seen the numbers all year long.
Mm-hmm.
The road has been why you are where you're at. You've been 5 games over 500 at home. It's just you've been a mess on the road, and then you've been a mess against left-handed pitchers. Fortunately, they're all right-handers in Toronto, and you got to start this series. One of the 2 toughest left on your schedule. You got to start it the right way tonight.
All right, I've got some sound for you that you're going to hate.
Oh, great!
And I've got
I'm going to hate, like me or our audience.
I mean everybody. And I've got some sound for you that you're going to love. We'll do both next on Brock and Salk.
It's the final dress rehearsal before the real thing.
I want to see, how is this roster shaping up?
For many players, it's the final chance to prove they deserve a roster spot.
It's the relentless details that we hone in on each and every day.
Seahawks, Chiefs. Today, pregame at 3. Rabel and Wyman with the kickoff at 5. On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Listen wherever you are for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino. I know not all getaways can earn that 4 diamonds, right? But if you experience the full 4 diamonds Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, you'll get the breathtaking views, the elevated dining, the world-class gaming, the entertainment. It all makes for the perfect escape. The hotel's great. And the entertainment, upcoming shows. You got 80s pop sensation Taylor Dane, September 6th. Rock legends, local Queensryche, October 10th. I'll be there for that. Tickets at snocasino.com. Why not elevate your next getaway? Go to Seattle's closest, the 4 Diamond, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Hey, Seattle. Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
11 Lee Johnson dealerships. Different brands, different vehicles, one promise everywhere. We'll work hard to get you the best deal we can.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net. Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
Want to see the defending Super Bowl champion Seahawks open the 2026 season against the Patriots September 9th?
Seattle Sports is giving away 4 tickets.
Holy catfish! All you have to do is open the Seattle Sports app and enter.
You can enter once a day from August 25th through August 31st to boost your chances.
Full details at seattlesports.com/win.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Nobody gets you closer to the action at Seahawks training camp than the home of the Seahawks.
I see you, boy!
Seattle Sports.
Guys, if your energy is down, your workouts feel harder, and your drive isn't what it used to be, it may not be aging. It could be low testosterone. At Revive Health here in Seattle, the first step is simple: a free testosterone exam and consultation with an experienced medical provider. We'll review your labs, symptoms, and overall health to determine if testosterone therapy could help improve your energy, strength, and performance. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get started with a free month of TRT. Revive has helped over 120,000 men since 2011 improve energy, sleep, mood, and confidence. If something feels off, don't ignore it. Get answers and take control of your health. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivehealth.com. Revive Health. Elevate your vibe. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact Revive for full details.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Seahawks play their final preseason game tonight, and then we're just about ready to get this season underway a week from Wednesday. Look, the two stories about this team are Mike and Sam. Not that that's uncommon for most teams. It is the head coach and the quarterback. It's interesting how these two stories kind of diverge. Do you want the sound you'll love or the sound you'll hate? Where do you want to go first? You want to start with the negative?
I kind of like getting that out of the way.
All right, let's get the negative out of the way. I played this at 6 a.m., but
Are you the same way? Are you kind of the same way?
Yeah, I'm a pleasure delayer. I'd like.
And by the way, let me just say
end
this
on
right
the best.
now. I'm going to do this. I don't care what you say or Maura or Igor. I'm just doing this.
Okay.
At 9:30 when we take calls,
yeah,
we're giving away another Madden game. It's just the best call. The best call is going to get it. I can't look at this list. I've got, a bunch of these Madden games. I feel like I'm hoarding. I'm just sitting on gifts that need to be given away to our audience.
All right.
So the best caller at 9:30 today is going to get a Madden game.
All right. Well, I don't think Jason McIntyre is going to win that.
Sam Darnold suddenly is elevated to like top 10 quarterback status by many people. I like Sam Darnold. I loved him with the Jets. I thought he was great at USC. I think the reality is we're a little irrationally high on Sam Darnold. And I think the best comparison for him, folks, is Trent Dilfer, another guy who won a Super Bowl, right, with Baltimore, an amazing defense, and he was kind of a game manager. There's nothing wrong with being a game manager, Being a game manager wins you Super Bowls. And I compare Darnold to Dilfer because I think Darnold is like a deluxe version of Dilfer.
I honestly think that's one of the worst takes I've heard, and not because it's anti-Sam Darnold, but because it incorrectly categorizes Sam Darnold. Sam's not a glorified game manager. Sam is, his biggest problem is that he can be a gunslinger. Mm-hmm. Like if you have game manager on one side and gunslinger on the other, isn't he closer to the gunslinger side than the game manager? Mm-hmm. Sam's more of a poor man's Brett Favre than he is a rich man's Trent Dilfer. I don't understand the comp at all. I'm truly bothered by it.
Yeah, I mean,
Sam's not a game manager. Let me just say that. He's not a game manager. That is not who he is. He is not in that category. Brock Purdy is a game manager. And I like Brock Purdy. I'm not anti-game manager. But he's not one. That's not an accurate description of Sam Darnold. He's a guy who throws the ball down the field. That's his thing. That's what he's good at.
Yeah, I mean, he's thrown 60 touchdowns the last 2 years. I mean, come on. Don't even look up Trent's numbers. You won't want to see it.
We did earlier. It's rough.
Yeah. It's really rough. He's a career passer rating in the low 70s. That year with Baltimore, a passer rating in the mid 70s. I mean, it's just not even in the same stratosphere. Even Trent, if we got him on the game, would go, Jason, you're an idiot.
Yeah,
like, that's just dumb.
That's just dumb. Well, then he goes on from there.
I got some numbers for you that are going to concern you if you're a Sam Darnold truther, and just hear me out, okay? So, last 8 games of the season. Last 9 games of the season, Sam Darnold really struggled, okay? 9 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 13 TDs, 14 giveaways. So you'd think, oh, my gosh, your quarterback was below average in the final 9 games. How did they do? They went 8-1 because they had an amazing defense making up for the Darnold mistakes.
Yeah, as I said earlier, Brock, I watched those games.
Yeah.
And then I rewatched the highlights of those games. But I watched those games. Yeah. I understand his take if you didn't watch the games, and I don't expect him to have watched every game as a national guy. But looking at those numbers does not accurately reflect what happened in those games. It just doesn't.
No. Not even close. So I'm looking at those, and obviously that's cherry picking. That's not taking the San Fran, division game, which is good, and the title game, which he was elite, elite, now dueled the MVP, and then was fine in the Super Bowl. But yeah, we saw those games. He went down to San Francisco. He's 20-26, 200 yards. Like, okay, he didn't throw a touchdown. So, whatever. He didn't have to. I went to Carolina and was, 18-27, $150, a touchdown. Didn't have to do much. Just kind of played complimentary ball, whatever the game asked. That Rams game, that Thursday night, I was there. Couple bad picks in the first half. Rams got him. Rams totally deceived him. All that conversation we had with Archuletta yesterday, Shula's a good D coordinator. They do a lot of the same things. They motion triggered man coverage. He throws a slant for pick. He makes another. They drop a D tackle, throws a pick. And then that second half, he was extraordinary. In overtime, he was unbelievable. And he threw for 270 and 2 touchdowns, including the game winner. Yeah, the Colts was muddy. The Colts, you're playing a 50-year-old Phillip Rivers. You don't know what that game's going to unfold. Like every one of these games, if you watch that story, Atlanta, he was brilliant. He's 20-30 for 250 and 3 tuds. Like, what are you talking about? You're just cherry picking some numbers, but even those numbers don't even come close to telling the story.
No.
I mean, it's just it's a really bad take.
It's just a bad take. And I will still have some questions about Sam. I think the interceptions are a fair thing to wonder about. The turnovers are still fair.
But there are going to be some of those. With the style of his play, he's going to be like your 3 outcome guy in baseball. He's going to be. That's what you're going to get.
That's why I don't understand the game.
If you want check down Charlie, and you want check down Charlie, and you want check down backup Charlie, you can find some of those guys. They're still floating around the league and could play a decade. But this guy's going to hit home runs. He's going to strike out and make some mistakes, and the guys are going to love him, and they're going to believe in him that he's going to find a way to win, as he's won more games over the last 2 years playing complementary ball. And complementary ball is not just handing it off and playing defense like the Ravens under Trent Dilfer did. It is no, whatever the game requires, this guy's going to dial it up and be capable of doing so. Paul Moyer was on here this last Friday, Salk, and I think there's a legitimately good debate. This will be the other end of the pendulum. And I know you got sound you want to play that I will like, but Paul made a case that Sam is the most talented quarterback in Seahawk history. In 50 years, from a pure talent standpoint. He was a number 3 pick in the draft, 6'3", 210. He can throw on the run. He can play in the pocket. Yeah. He's won a Super Bowl. Like, yes, he was not as dynamic as Russ was in Russ's prime as a runner, not even close. And maybe he didn't have a skill set that was that was the singular most talented skill set in Seahawks QB history, was Russell's creativity, his wizardry for those 4 or 5 years. But there are many things Russ couldn't do and couldn't see. And there's not much in Sam's tool bag that he can't do. You want it deep? You want it intermediate? You want it short? You want it between the numbers? You want it on the outside? You want play action? You want play action on the run? Right? You want some of that gunslinger mentality? Like there's a legitimate debate that I think Matt Hasselbeck and Dave Craig and Jim Zorin and Stan Gelbaugh and yours truly and Trent Dilfer and all of us that have started games would say, no, it's Russ and Sam. It's Russ and Sam. And if Sam keeps doing this and keeps winning all these games, it's going to be Sam is the most equipped QB in Seahawks history.
All right, so that's the downside. Let me give you a couple of really cool things, and this focuses more on Mike McDonald. It comes from 2 of his players, starting with Jaron Reed. You know how I'm obsessed with the Leadership Council, and we finally got to see a little of it on Hard Knocks this week, and then Jaron was asked about it. I love this story.
First and foremost, I think we miss each other a lot, but it just shows that the guys are ready to get back to work. It took some time off, and I think, when the Super Bowl was over, we all went to the locker room like, man, this is it. I mean, because we worked so hard and we're just used to working hard, and we was like, we could play a couple more weeks. But, the guys were ready to get back to work, hungry. I think they were excited to see what this new season was going to bring, the new faces that we could bring in, how it was going to attack.
He goes on to tell a story about how Mike gave them the option of doing a leadership council meeting early, right? Virtually, rather. Mm-hmm. And they're like, no, we'll come in. We're good. We'd rather come in and do that together. Which is pretty cool. Like they just again, that love that Mike has built for them, I think is special. And it's not to say that the Legion of Boom didn't have something similar, because obviously we've heard over and over again about the love and respect that those guys had for each other, the conversations. Like this is not a comparison thing.
Yeah.
But this is a unique, different group, and I love that story of like, yeah, I don't want this to end. I just want to keep hanging out together. I just want to keep being together because we all love each other.
Yeah, because those veterans also know in the league that turns over 35% of your roster, you're going to look around the locker room and realize that this novel is never going to be written this way with this cast of characters. Now, thankfully, D-Law, and now you've added a few in Fowler and a couple other guys, and you get Shaheed back, and, you kind of preference Job. And so a lot of them, 20 of the 22 starters are indeed back, which is a little unique, right? I mean, that doesn't happen very often. Usually you get poached. Usually you totally get cherry-picked. Usually most of your staff, Salk, on one side of the ball or the other, gets poached and gets taken away. And, yeah, there's a couple coaches that aren't here, Janoko and Kubiak, but you kept the majority, and you certainly kept a ton of the players, which, again, does not, in this modern football, doesn't happen all the time.
So this was Cooper Kupp, who was asked about studying and chasing edges and how fun it is to go after the studying process of the game.
Oh, without a doubt it is. I mean, I think that's one of the coolest parts about this game is finding ways to, and really I think it's just finding ways for the team to have an edge, right? Finding something that comes alive in a game. And it's not, I mean, it's almost better. I would almost say it's better when it's not even you that's the one bringing it alive, but when you find a way for someone else to have success and bring that edge and find success and find a way to beat a team based on things that we collectively work together to solve. Like that is my favorite thing in the world. And so that's what you come in and watch the film for. That's what we communicate for. That's what makes a team that wants to collaborate together is so much fun. If you came in here and you just had to do exactly what the coaches say with no say in terms of how it was going to get done, I don't know that I'd still be playing football, I mean, in all honesty.
The collaborative element that Mike has developed here, and I think you see it very clearly on Hard Knocks, the respect that they all have for each other, the conversations. There's no doubt who's in charge, right? Mike McDonald's in charge, and I think everybody knows it, and every one of those players knows it. And when you see him get mad at Derek Hall or whatever, like, I don't think there's anybody who's like, whoa, all of a sudden this guy thinks he's too big for his britches. Like, they know he's in charge. But his ability to not have to play that card and to give them as much freedom as he does, and collaborative is such a great word there. Pretty unique. I don't get the sense that's the norm.
No, you do see a lot more of that in this younger generation of coach.
Sure.
Because there's not a huge age difference, right, between Mike in his late 30s and the Jaron Reeds and the Leos and these guys that are also in their 30s. So there's some of that, again, compared to our era where there was, I think, a larger barrier. There was also an immense amount of narcissism in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. And Bill Walsh was a narcissist. And guys, in that tree, like that was the way that we lead. Bill Parcells was a narcissist. Like, it's all about me and you're going to do it my way and command that way. And yeah, there's just not, is there an ounce of narcissism in Mike McDonald that we have felt in 3 years?
I don't see that. That is not a word that I think I would associate. Nope. By the way, texter weighing in, Brock, what about Warren Moon?
As far as
talented Seahawks.
Oh, that's true. He's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, that's true.
I think he probably got
a cup of coffee, couple years, right, in his 40s, so kind of late. Yeah, I think
maybe not at the time he was here.
That's right. I think at the time he was here, he didn't. He still could. My gosh, could he throw a football? He could throw a football.
Yeah. But Warren's probably the answer to that question.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's probably the answer to that question.
He also had Franco Harris, late in his career, and Edgerrin James. You had a bunch of Hall of Famers.
Well, those guys weren't quarterbacks, though. You said talented quarterbacks.
I know.
You said talented quarterbacks.
That is true.
All right.
That's a good point.
Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Jalen Milroe not only gets the start tonight, he'll go the entirety of this game. What does he need to do, Brock? What can he show everybody?
Yeah, you know what he needs to do, Salk? He needs to play like another quarterback in the division. Brian Walters actually on the call last night as I was driving around to a little football function, and I was listening to, I know that voice. Brian Walters on the national call. He's doing some of these NFL games and did a Falcon game earlier and did the game down in L.A. last night between the Chargers and Rams. And for all the grief that I gave Ty Simpson, for all the grief that I gave Les Snead and Sean McVay gave that pick, for all the grief, you want Ty Simpson's preseason numbers, Salk? 47-60, 382, 3 touchdowns, no sacks. That would be a 78% completion percentage.
Wow.
No picks.
Wow.
No sacks.
Let's make history, Coach.
Yes. Let's go make history. Well, as far as preseason, he had to end up number 1 in the preseason as far as efficiency goes. Jalen Milroe through 2 games, 58%, 88 yards, 2 picks, and 5 sacks. 5 sacks. So you know what he needs to do? And if you watched what Sean McVay did with a rookie quarterback, inexperienced, you know what he did? He put him on the run most of the game. Most of the game is all movement. It's play action, it's boots, it's waggles, it's sprint outs, it's getting him on the move, getting him outside the pocket. Now, don't make him play the game and process everything in the pocket. I hope tonight, it's a short week, hard to game plan, right? They came back Sunday, really only a day and a half on the field. But I hope for Milroe, if he throws it 30 times tonight, Salk, I hope 10 of them are designed on the move calls. I hope another 4 or 5 of them are screens and gimmies and just easy completions to gain some confidence, and then let him take some shots down the field. So, but get him on the move. That's what I would like to see tonight. That's where he's at his best. And Mr. McVay down in L.A. gave you a pretty good play script with Ty Simpson and that efficiency this preseason.
All right, question number 2. All right, who else has a big night ahead of them? Give me some Seahawks whose game tape tonight will be vital to them making this team or helping them make another team somewhere else.
Yeah, it is some of these edge guys that we started the offseason talking about. They get to put their final tape on their resume reel. That's Jamie Sheriff, who's converted from a linebacker to an end. That's Connor O'Toole, who put together a great game last week, who flashed and made big explosive plays and played with his hair on fire. That's Jared Ivey, who's a big guy, but from a competitive stamina standpoint, I think that was Julian Love's word, competitive stamina. There's plays that are great. There's plays that are not so great. Mm-hmm. So I think those guys, it's hypercritical for all of those edge. Montori Foster, easy to see him. I mean, he's fighting with Cody White and Ricky White and everybody else on the bottom of the roster. So there's going to be a bunch of guys kind of in that realm, undrafted free agents, late round picks, been on practice squads that, as I said, are no different than Drake Thomas, Ty Okada, Patrick O'Connell, so many Seahawks and their brethren, Brady Russell, that were in the same boat that they were, where game 2 and game 3 the preseason is the most vital resume tape you got, so go cut it loose.
All right, question number 3. By the way, I like this text from the 360. Derek Hall, literally too big for his britches. Hashtag short shorts. That's good. Brock, yesterday, as we talked to Adam Archuletta, he used the phrase wanting to hold the chalk last in the battle of wits between the offense and the defense. Can you go into a little greater depth on what that might mean?
Yeah. So back in, let's see, the fall of 1997.
Sure.
Fall of 1998. Scott Linehan, offense coordinator at Washington. Randy Hart, Jim Lambright, Dick Baird, the brain trust defensively, University of Washington. And we would put together our practice scripts, especially like in training camp, where you're going back and forth, but even, some of the competitive team periods in season. And so this was so funny looking back at the scripts. And so it'd be like, okay, so we're going to run this play. And then the defense, like, oh, great, so who's got the script last? Because, you're going to be in this formation. Oh, you're going to be in that protection. Great. Then we're going to bring this blitz that absolutely decimates it. No, you're not. Look at that. I'm not going to let you do that. Here, you call your defense first, and then I'll call my offense. Oh, you're going to play blitz cover 0? Great. Then we're going to block it up and do this. So eventually it got to the point where I was looking at those scripts, and Linehan would just scribble. He wouldn't even let them know what the play was. Like, no, we're not doing this. I don't get the pencil last. You don't get the pencil last. Let's just call it and run it, which is a lot of what you see in training camp, in these team periods, certainly with Mike McDonald. They don't script for success. I don't want to script for success. I want to script for how muddy the game may be. We got to respond to it. So kind of the same thing, Salk. Like if the defense knows, oh, you're in 6-man protection. Oh, you're in 5-man protection. Oh, you're in this formation. Oh, we can overload this side. Yeah, I with my chalk can draw out the ideal blitz that I want. Just like the offense. Oh, you're going to be in man, single safety. Oh, you're going to be in quarters. Great. Then I'm on to draw up these plays that I know have got completions built into it. So who's got the pencil last? Who's got the chalk last? And then what does Mike McDonald and this defense want to do that I thought Archuletta and like Kirk Cousins articulated so well? Yeah, you don't know. I'm not going to let you know. Even at pre-snap and post-snap, you don't know what I'm doing. You don't know how I'm disguising this. You don't know where I'm going with my chalk. You don't know where these X's are defensively until the moment we've got to really declare that. And at that point, we hope Leo is hitting you right in the back of the head.
There you go. All right, that is today's version of Blue 88. See, that's not nice. I don't see any reason to write a text like this. I mean, like, we try to do a show here every day. We try to be friendly. We try to have a little back and forth. Okay, fine. But, like, I don't see why we need to take, like, quite frankly, offensive cheap shots.
What we got?
206 writing in. Salk, excited to hear how Spieth is doing in the Tour Championship. There's no need for that. That's just a low blow.
Why would that be offensive unless it's because he's bad all the time?
Well, Maura, let's just say he didn't
make it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be offensive to ask how he's doing.
It's offensive to me. It was obviously taken as a shot, and quite frankly, I'm not going to stand for it. 206, you're blocked. I was going to be clear. Like, you're blocked. We don't stand for offensive content here.
Are you ever going to quit Jordan Spieth?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Well, then you're going to have to handle the people are going to make fun of him.
There's just no need. I'm not saying that there's not a lot to make fun of. I'm just saying it's a cheap shot. Obviously, he's struggling. He knows it. I know it. You know it. Everyone knows it. There's no reason to pile on. It just feels like a gratuitous, unnecessary,
You've never piled on anyone.
and quite frankly, offensive shot at a guy who's done nothing wrong. All right. Coming up, Brock, we'll take a look back at our week for you in review. All the good stuff, everything that's on YouTube. Are we clip farming? You're damn right we are. Next on Brock and Salk.
30 years ago, Paul Allen purchased the Seahawks.
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Kosla family to Seattle from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Got leaks? Tired of applying those cheap roof coating products that never seem to last? What if you could find a roof coating that remains permanently flexible and won't be impacted by harsh UV rays or temperature extremes? Dunn Lumber has what you're looking for. Geico Roof. 100% silicone roof coating, waterproofs, protects, and withstands permanent ponding water with an industry-leading 50-year limited warranty. Available in a variety of colors and on sale now at Dunn Lumber.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
2 quick questions. Would you describe your current wireless service as 5-star? Are you paying more than $34.99 a month for unlimited data? I only ask because in a recent industry survey of 120,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company out there to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. And now for just a few more weeks, Pure Talk's offering unlimited data for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. After that, you'll get unlimited data for as low as $34.99 a month with no contract and no commitment. Just dial pound 250, say micro, And Pure Talk's 5-star U.S. customer service team will switch you in minutes. And at just $15 a month for your first 3 months, there really is no better time to switch to Pure Talk than right now. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company.
The Mariners are all about giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, you can score seats for less than $12 on select dates all season long. Plus, be sure to check out the biggest ever value menu and beer lineup. Available every game and featuring 36 items, from ballpark classics like hot dogs, nachos, and refillable sodas to canned brews starting at just $5. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your value game tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
Give your home year-round comfort with Day and Night. Install a heat pump, get a free furnace.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Upgrade to a high-efficiency heat pump this month and get a free furnace from Day and Night.
DayandNight.net.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buter just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Yeah, we're kind of clip farming. Not really. But we do have this great YouTube channel. We do. Great YouTube channel. 110,000 some odd subscribers. Thank you to everybody who subscribes to the station's YouTube channel, Seattle Sports. And take all of our great interviews, put it all up there. Most of them are on video now, which is great. And especially now that we figured out this Zoom thing, now we're going to have a little bit better luck with the video because we've had a couple technical difficulties in the past. But we're past all that. We're in much better shape. And now on Fridays, we can go back to giving you For You in Review.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clark. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review, brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
That's right. It's all there on the YouTube page, starting with Ryan Divish, Seahawks beat writer, who joined us on Monday. Ryan, where would you put the Mariners' playoff chances today?
I'd say probably about 40%, just because of how easy their schedule is and how difficult the Astros schedule gets. I mean, I honestly envision somebody winning the American League West with 80 wins. I don't think it's going to be a winning record. It might be 80 wins. That's how bad it is. I think maybe 40%. I watched a couple of those games the other day. The Astros are so disjointed and so messed up with their pitching staff. And then you watch the Rangers and they can't hit, and their bullpen finally came back to normal. And then you just watch the Mariners for 2 games and you think, oh my God, this is a legit playoff team. And then you watch when things start to go wrong and it snowballs, and then next thing you know, it's 19-2.
And that's what he said on Monday. I don't know that changed even during the Philly series, right? As you got to see a little bit of everything from them, the snowballing challenges, but also when they look like a legit playoff team. I just keep coming back to the same thing. The division around them is bad. I agree with Ryan on Houston. I agree with him on Texas. It's not to say that those teams won't figure it out. Trying to predict the future in the sport is a fool's errand. But I just think the Mariners are the most complete team, even if they haven't played that way.
Mm-hmm. Tell you this about the Mariners. I was just looking it up, and obviously after this series with Chicago and Philly in this homestand, you know where they rank in baseball attendance? We talk about mid-market or major market or small market teams.
7th.
You know where? That's exactly right. They have averaged this season almost 36,000 fans a night. They are at 2.4 million. They're going to draw, I would think, especially if they're in the hunt here with those home games, so they're going to draw over 3 million. The only teams ahead of them, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Padres, who continue to 41,000. Wow. Toronto, by the way, 41,000. Philly, Chicago, and then your Seattle Mariners, number 7 in all of baseball.
Yeah.
So these fans, they have not quit. They want this. And to get to 80 wins now, you know what that means? That means you go 16-12. Can you go 16-12 down the stretch?
They can.
Go 80-82
with that schedule. Yeah, of course they can. Here was passing on Tuesday.
No, I think Randy and Dom can be the guys, but they also need the American League West to American League West.
Right.
I think if there's any semblance of competitiveness that the Rangers and Astros are going to throw out there, they're going to need more than a Rosarena and Kenzo.
But it is fascinating still. I mean, the question there was, can you win with Randy and Dom leading the way, or does it have to be Cal and Julio? Mm-hmm. And the fact that we're even asking the question is crazy. I mean, Randy, not so much, but Dom Canzone? Mm-hmm. It was a year and a half ago that we're looking at Dom Canzone like, is this guy even worthy of being on the roster? And he has turned himself not into just a serviceable major leaguer, but a good one.
Yeah, I think if that question is posed in the 2 other markets in the American League West, I think that answer is a definitive no. You need Yordan Alvarez to be the best player, the best hitter in baseball, which is what he has been. No, you need Corey Seager for the last 28 games to carry this team like he is capable of carrying it. You have more wealth here. You have more resources, but boy, oh boy, you want to give yourself the best chance? Let Cal and Julio get hot. And especially Julio, who's healthy. Right? Like we've seen, come on now, Julio, we've seen you in August and September. We have seen this tear where you hit 450 and nobody can stop you. That would be awfully, awfully nice for the odds of this team.
And when you saw him hit that home run the other day, that 3-run shot, just the missile that he golfed out of here, didn't you have that sense like, oh man, that could be that thing? Now, didn't really follow it up with a ton, so I don't have that evidence yet, but you do know that it's always out there lurking as a possibility. Brian Baldinger joined us Wednesday. We asked about the pendulum swinging from being the pass it NFL to maybe a little more focused on the line of scrimmage.
I think it's coming back, and the good teams are basically putting their resources into their lines. The Eagles have always done it under Howie Roseman. But, the teams that want to turn things around right now, yeah, and you're right, Brock, he went quarterback heavy, like ridiculously heavy. And as a guy that played the position, like none of these guys could do it by themselves. Just ask Sam Darnold, like what it was like with the Jets and what it was like in Carolina when they weren't doing those things and helping them out. And so Baker learned those things. I do think it's general managers, good personnel people. That's where they're going. That's what the Steelers are trying to get back to right now. And maybe Aaron has a great year. Maybe one of these young guys step in. But whoever does, like the offensive line, defensive lines are much better in Pittsburgh than they've been. And so I do think the pendulum has swung.
Pittsburgh, by the way, doing it as cheaply as anybody in the league, at least, just from a pure finance. But they're all like 1st and 2nd round picks. Mm-hmm. Including our guy Troy Fautanu out there, who had a very productive year and when healthy can be a difference maker. But Tennessee invested; these teams have all invested. Even the Dallas Cowboys have gone away from spending all their money there and have drafted big people. We've seen that in the draft the last 2 or 3 years. How many times I say that to you, Salk? On draft day, the day after, we're reacting to it like they actually did the right thing. That organization actually did the right thing. They took a guard. They took a tackle. They took big people because the game, has, I think, swung back to the line of scrimmage a lot more.
I would argue it was always there. And
for sure it was.
Teams just, forgot about it.
But no, Salk, you can cook, you can dink, you can dunk, you can throw it 40 times, you can play finesse football. All the analytics tell you they're easier completions,
really
getting 4
only
and 5 yards.
For one crazy year where the Rams somehow won it all. But for the most part, I've never felt like that was a serviceable way to play football long term, and as it turns out, it was not. Adam Archuletta, we asked him yesterday, how will teams attack the Seahawks defense now that they've had an offseason to study it?
So I see them, and I see their players, and I even saw it in their last preseason game with the backups against Tennessee. They're really good at reading their keys and making fast decisions. I don't see a lot of processing going on. I don't see a lot of algorithmic computations going on the play. I see a defense that's smart. They know what they're expecting. And when they make a decision, they go fast. And I'd love to spend more time with Mike McDonald because I just love the way they tackle. I love the way they attack. I just see a confident group at all 3 levels. So I think it's just in the way, I think it's in the way they teach it. You know, coaches, they all know scheme. They all have answers. But the way they teach it and the way they could simplify the complex nature of this game to their players so they can go out there and process fast. I think that's really what the magic is with what they're doing, not necessarily the scheme of what they're doing, if that makes sense.
You know what I would love to do, Salk, at some point in my life?
What would you love to do?
I would love to do a coaching internship, and you see these guys do this. I'd love to do a coaching internship on the defensive side of the Seahawks to really learn the quarters and the fire zones and the simulated pressures and the match coverage and the freedom they give these defensive linemen to make their calls. And I would love to see the ins and the outs of how much of that and what that all looks like. Because I think there is an element, as you hear from Adam, that old illusion of complexity, right, for the quarterback. Like, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're in. I don't know who's coming. I don't know who's going. But they sure do. And in order for them to play as fast as they do, I don't think they've got all, like off the charts, football, like maybe football smarts guys, but they don't have, off the charts valedictorians at every position on defense. But they seem to all know their stuff inside and out. And that'd be pretty fun to sit in on that side of it. No, by the way, kind of cool to see, speaking of YouTube clip farming, a lot of reaction to that Archuletta interview. The people just enjoying the ball, that you could feel the passion that he has for the X's and O's, and obviously this team plays with.
All right, well, you want something that people enjoy, Brock.
Yeah, what do they
You want to get the people hyped. You want to get them excited, not just all these great interviews that you can find on our YouTube page at Seattle Sports. No, we got the guy himself. We got the guy who the people want. G. Scott in 20 minutes. We'll give you everything you need to know first next on Brock and Salk.
It's the final dress rehearsal before the real thing.
I want to see, how is this roster shaping up?
For many players, it's the final chance to prove they deserve a roster spot.
It's the relentless details that we hone in on each and every day.
Seahawks, Chiefs. Today, pregame at 3. Rabel and Wyman with the kickoff at 5. On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Listen wherever you are for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This hour is brought to you by Harborstone Credit Union.
What's up, Seattle? It's Cliff Averill. At Muckleshoot Casino Resort, there's no off-season. Catch every NFL game with the best watch parties in the Northwest. Then fuel up. We're talking about award-winning chicken wings, world-class dining, and a steakhouse on the 19th floor with a view that doesn't quit. Stay the night in an 18-story resort tower, hit the spa, bring the family to the pool and arcade. This place has it all, every single day. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and the best in the Northwest.
Looking to add some excitement to your next night out? Then come roll the dice. Join us Sunday to Thursday after 8 p.m. at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar as Chef John Howie turns your dinner into an exciting game of chance. Enjoy fresh seafood, premier sushi, great steaks, and so much more. At the end of your meal, you roll the dice. You roll a 6, your entire food tab is free. Yes, 100% free. Will fortune favor you tonight? Gather your friends and go roll the dice. Book your table now at SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are committed to giving drivers the best service experience in the region. With an open service drive, there's no appointment needed at either dealership. Summer travel plans? They offer complimentary battery health checks and brake inspections. Multi-point inspection videos done with any service. They price match tires from all local shops and match coupons from Toyota dealers. Excellent technicians, wonderful customer service teams, and one of the last Toyota dealers to offer loaner vehicles. Whether you're in the north or south, they got you covered. ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaRenton.com.
Guys, if your energy is down, your workouts feel harder, and your drive isn't what it used to be, it may not be aging. It could be low testosterone. At Revive Health here in Seattle, the first step is simple: a free testosterone exam and consultation with an experienced medical provider. We'll review your labs, symptoms, and overall health to determine if testosterone therapy could help improve your energy, strength, and performance. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get started with a free month of TRT. Revive has helped over 120,000 men since 2011 improve energy, sleep, mood, and confidence. If something feels off, don't ignore it. Get answers and take control of your health. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivehealth.com. Revive Health. Elevate your vibe. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact Revive for full details.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're acquired, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Certain industries expose workers to hazardous chemicals. If you worked in a paper or pulp mill, or in aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and have a child born with birth defects, your child may be entitled to legal damages as a result of your exposure to such chemicals. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals, metals, and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb malformations, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other birth defects, and you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill, aircraft manufacturing, or painting, contact us now toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill or aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, big road trip, Brock. This is the end of the incredibly difficult stretch for the Mariners. 3 in Toronto, 3 in Boston. Toronto's played better recently, although they still have all kinds of problems. The Red Sox have been on a tear for the last couple of months and have turned themselves into one of the better teams in this American League. It's not easy. You're going to see Dylan Cease tonight against Emerson Hancock. Tomorrow, Kate Anderson, start number 2 against Jose Soriano. So they've got him on that once-a-week schedule. Then Sunday, Bryce Miller scheduled against Max Scherzer. So as of now, no move to a piggyback or anything like that. I thought this was good from Sean Casey, talking about what the Mariners are capable of.
I look at that offense and I say, if Cal gets going, if Naylor gets going, when she's starting to swing it, Julio always does best in the second half, usually around this time. You know, Canzone's been great all year long. And Rosarena's kind of kept them afloat. So I look at that offense and I say, can these guys, you know, get banging at the same time? I think that's the biggest thing. I think some of them have been hot here and there, but not all at the same time. So I think that's one of the biggest things. And I think they have the pitching. I really do. And I think they're sitting pretty well right now.
Sitting pretty well. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous given the way the season is gone, but you're just a couple games out, and the teams around you have much, much tougher schedule down the stretch than you do.
An off day for most of your left-handed bats on Wednesday, an off day on Thursday. That wrist of Naylor's, Cole Young, who's played as much as baseball as anybody in the game, an absolute Iron Man, finally got a day off of his legs. Dom Canzone. Like, can your left-handed bats do it over the next 3 days? And I don't even want to say this, but I've got to say it because I ain't scared. Just like you talked about the other day, Salk, how you and Wyman, both kind of linebackers.
Yeah, we're both just defensive guys. Unlike you and Bone.
Guy.
Yeah, we're just on that defensive side.
Vlad Guerrero, 2026. You know how many home runs he's hit in 2026 on the season?
Well, he's hit none at home, right?
Yeah. He's had 7 home runs.
So weird.
0 at home.
So weird.
Yeah.
That's got to be the strangest stat of the year.
Has to be.
He's got to be hurt, don't you think? Like, there's no way a 100% healthy Vlad Guerrero has those numbers. I just don't buy it.
Yeah.
Got to be hurt. He has to be. It's the only explanation for something like that. AL contenders last night. Houston won. Orioles lost. Texas in Milwaukee now this weekend. M's are 3 back of Houston, as we said. In the West, 4 out in the wild card. No Geno Suarez. Nobody wanted him. Not the Mariners, not anybody. He went right through waivers, cleared yesterday, so no one claimed him, and the money left in his deal.
Disappointed with that?
I'm just a little bummed, but look, if they don't... I don't think that's a money thing. That's a we don't think he can help us thing.
Yeah,
that's a 35% strikeout thing. Whoa. Easy. Whoa. Yeah, let's bump. Whoa.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
But I would have done it anyway, quite frankly, personally. Big night for Jalen Milroe, second-year quarterback. Brock, he's going to play every snap tonight. Here's what Mike McDonald would like to see.
Well, I think it's really great that he has an opportunity, just like the Green Bay game last year, where you're not subbing in, you're not coming in at halftime. You're going through the whole process of starting a game and getting in rhythm and managing the situations, all those things that we want from our quarterback. So I think it's excited to see him play. It's a great opportunity.
The thing is, you're now a year later, so I think the expectation level is a little higher maybe than it was for that Green Bay game a year ago.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going up against the ones as you did in Green Bay. Maybe you are. Maybe Andy Reid actually will play some of his guys a little bit more than others. They don't open this season until a Monday night game, so they still got 2+ weeks. The Seahawks obviously a week and a half away in opening the season. It is what he just said, situation. It's controlling the controllables, getting in and out of the huddle. Can we see that? Like, come on, Brock, faster, right? Can we see some of that pace? Can you avoid sacks? 5 sacks. Nowhere to get rid of the ball, right? We've learned how incredibly detrimental sacks are, negative plays are, along with the 2 interceptions and the 58% completion. Like, you certainly love for him, just in his career.
Yeah, play fast, throw it farther than 5 yards away from the line of scrimmage, and use those legs. I mean, at the end of the day, that is what makes him special. That is the one gift he has that other people don't.
And I want to see Brian Fleury call the game to his strengths, and his strengths on the move. I want to see a ton of play action. I want to see him on the move. I want to take a page out of Ty Simpson's book down there in L.A. and how they played that former Crimson Tide player. I want to see. I don't want to see him. Wow, we got to work between the tackles. No, we don't. Play to his superpowers.
Right.
Get him on the run. Get him on the move as much as you can.
Yeah, I totally agree with all of that.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Finally, Leonard Williams, Brock, we got the news that broke about 24 hours ago that he had signed a new deal, 3 years, $90 million.
Go ahead.
Well, it's sort of funny. At some point in his press conference yesterday, he was like, yeah, how long are you going to play? Well, I'm going to take it year by year. And I was like, what? What do you mean year by year? And then he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's definitely minimum 3 years. I meant to say, take it contract by contract. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Thanks for clarifying. That's kind of a big difference, right?
Yes, I'm glad you played that one.
Kind of a big difference. Why is he so good? Here's Mike McDonald.
It's hard to not see what he does. It's interesting that you guys are asking those questions. He's an absolute force that people have to account for. And when you do that, that takes resources towards him, and he can win those matchups. And when you allocate resources one way, you can't allocate them another way, and now our other guys have opportunities. So not only is he making a ton of plays, he's setting his teammates up for making plays as well. And we played better defense with him for sure.
Sounds like a force multiplier to me.
Sounds like he kind of gave grace to those people asking those questions. Why didn't he give you the same grace? That's a crazy question.
Well, I don't think they were asking a crazy question. It's like, hey, Mike, this guy signed a contract. We'd like you to talk about how great he is. I think it's essentially what they were doing.
That's a crazy question. Watch the tape. He could have dropped that hammer on their head like he did on you.
He could have, yeah.
But he didn't.
That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour. Here in the Brock and Salk Show. I guess he could have. He could have.
Why don't you watch the tape?
We do. You know what? There was one other thing from Leonard I could play you. I have a bunch of actually cool sound, but here, let me find this. This was Leonard Williams talking about Mike McDonald. Did I play this for you? Just about how unique he is.
I feel like Mike is just a unique individual. He's a unique coach, a unique individual. I have so much respect and love for that guy. Just the way he carries himself, the way he pushes himself to be a better person, a better coach. Like, he talks about chasing edges, and you see him doing it. And I think when you see guys that you follow practicing what they preach, it makes everyone else in the building that much more willing to do what they're trying to coach.
How like the mutual respect and admiration, all of it, pretty incredible.
You know what word has grown on me this week that I've used a couple times, and maybe the next, here's the thing, you can add it to my drinking game. Goodness gracious, good golly, Miss Molly, is toggle. He toggles. Mike toggles, and you've seen Hard Knocks has really given light to this. More than I think in any way we would ever know.
For his toggling.
He toggles between absolute command, total, I don't want to say like dictatorial command, but total command. Chief, I'm in charge. And then to, what do you guys think? What are you guys feeling? Right? Just taking in from his employees while all at the other side, total conviction and clarification in his vision. And that's not easy to do.
No.
Right? That is not you've been around lots of different leadership and lots of different management. That's very hard to wear both of those hats as seamlessly as he seems to do it.
All right. G. Scott always has a thought or two about leadership. He's always willing to comment on it, usually incorrectly, but he will join us next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
30 years ago, Paul Allen purchased the Seahawks.
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Kosla family to Seattle from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
It's been really cool to see what the cameras and microphones capture during training camp. One of my favorite scenes was a coach telling a player he should be happy for another teammate who just signed a contract extension. He earned it. Dave Wyman here, and I'll be happy for you if you earn $30 each month with the Harborstone Credit Union PNW Cashback Checking Account. Hey, it's not life-changing money, but if it's more than what you're currently getting from your checking account, open an account at harborstone.com/cash. The PNW Cashback Checking Account is free, no fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. If you live, work, or worship in the state of Washington, sign up for a membership with Harborstone Credit Union and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Open your free account online just like I did at harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest. Insured by NCUA, terms and conditions apply.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. Obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
We can't tell you what our best deal is until we know what you need, but we can promise this. At Lee Johnson, we'll work hard to find it.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
The Mariners' schedule is packed with big events and divisional matchups down the home stretch. Be at T-Mobile Park as Julio and the Mariners take on the A's September 3rd through the 6th. Featuring Sing-Along Fireworks Night Friday the 4th, presented by T-Mobile, and Brian Wu Bobblehead Night Saturday the 5th, thanks to Lexus. Then the Rangers visit from September 8th through the 10th, and it's a 3-day Andres Munoz Funko Pop giveaway. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets today.
This hour is brought to you by Harborstone Credit Union.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Come on. Let's go. What do you think about clip farming? Huh? You watched Hard Knocks this week? Oh, yeah. The clip farmers.
Oh,
Some of those guys out there are clip farming.
Yeah.
That's what Leonard said. He was worried about clip farming. Brock had the audacity to say, G. Scott.
What did he say?
That he would not be a clip farmer. That he wouldn't change his personality at all.
No.
This coming from a guy who the moment he talks to people from different cultures, different regions, different whatever, changes his entire vocal structure. He wouldn't change his personality at all in front of the Hard Knocks cameras. That might be the most audacious thing you've said.
So you think when I was chatting with Joe Dean Davenport, chicken farmer from Arkansas, backup tight end, you think I talk any different with him than I did? I don't know, Peanut from New Jersey for show, you know what I'm saying? Like what?
Hey, go ahead and text in and just let us know this is the best time for Brock and Salk Radio during the week, 8:30. First of all, you look like Brock, you in game mode right now, ain't you?
Oh, it's game day rolls.
I can tell.
Game day
It's
rolls
game day
today.
rolls. Uh-huh.
What's happening? What you got tonight?
Oh, we got a team from Vegas coming in. Team we beat in Vegas last year. Talented team coming to our place tonight. We got the Seahawks. Jalen Milroe playing the whole game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We got guys trying to make their mark like Drake Thomas and Patrick O'Connell and Ty Okada once did to become part of the 70 strong. So, yeah, I'm fired up today.
I know. Look, I know Jalen Milroe listens to Brock and Salk.
He does?
And, well, here's the thing. I'm not saying he does.
Jalen Milroe does not strike me as a big Brock and Salk.
All right,
person.
well, the GM does. He listens to the show.
John?
Yeah. John Schneider listens to the show. Look,
I hope he hasn't been, because Brock has been incredibly rude about John recently.
What did you say about John?
Bro, he needs bigger shirts. Like, he's got to get a bigger shirt.
You can't do that, bro.
That's what I said.
You cannot do.
I want to divorce myself from
I
this.
I just want to say
Me
this.
and Tracy and John are tight like that. If I was wearing something
like his
silly, if I was wearing a bad tie, if I was trying to get too loud in my suits
Hey,
back,
I'm gonna tell you. You know what?
What?
See, this is the thing, right?
It's not right, man.
I just want to say, watch this. Brock, you got that privilege,
Oh, wow.
right? To be able. What did I say? I'm just saying you have that privilege to be able to do that. Could you imagine if Mike Salk was saying that about John Schneider?
I wouldn't.
John Schneider
wouldn't say
would
that.
be pissed. Excuse me. He'd be mad.
Of course he would.
But Brock, you can do that.
When Brock does it, John conveniently not listening.
does
if
he
I were to say
need-
that,
G.
he'd be like, "So I get a text immediately."
You would get a text immediately.
Does he need a little bigger shirts? Does he or does he not?
I think he looks fine.
All right.
I think he looks fine.
This coming from a guy. Now, I got to tell you what G's doing here.
Okay.
G has come back to Jalen Milroe. G told me this morning that he's throwing out everything in his wardrobe, everything in his closet that is not a black shirt or black pants.
Gee, can you go stand right behind Salk for just a second?
Why?
Give me a little better view. Give the whole audience. Can you just go? Can I see what we're doing today? Okay.
It's here.
Oh
I can
yeah.
move.
Uh huh.
I can move.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Beard still off.
Yeah, the beard's off. He looks thin. He looks
young.
young. He does.
Gosh, he looks young.
It's
Looks
true.
55.
And he's lost a lot of weight. He looks great. But every day now, G's going black shirt, black pants, which is a good look for you. And I know you. What do you call it? Your CEO look?
It's my CEO look.
It's his CEO look. And
Wait, you have some fashion pieces in your collection. Are you giving them away, or you need to like Poshmark or something? Are you selling?
Okay, it's funny you say that. right now, just so you know, Ian, if you want some, right now in my trunk of my car, it is packed with stuff. And so all I do is, like every other day, I pack my trunk and I go give it to Unhoused.
So you're just
let's do
giving.
this, G.
So
let's
here's
do
what
this.
here's what I was going to tell.
Hold on one sec.
What's
Let's
up?
do this, G.
What's up?
I got a better deal. That's really cool. I love that. Why don't you take something from your trunk and just a 1 week wardrobe for Salk?
No.
Just one week
No.
of a shirt, of a jacket.
No.
Be like, okay.
No.
Or maybe just for the Friday segment. Maybe he changes in the boys' room. And he comes on for the next 4 Fridays wearing something of yours from the past.
I love this idea.
Here's what
I love
wanna
it too.
say.
The people love it too. The people
I'm
want
so
it.
glad the people love
I know
it.
people love that.
Here's what I want to know.
What's up?
I think you're making a mistake. And I love you. You know how much respect I
I mean,
have
you've been
for
knowing
you.
me for years. Go ahead.
If there's one thing, if somebody were to ask me, what is one thing that you would say is a defining characteristic about G. Scott?
Okay.
I would say it's your
to go extreme on things.
Well, to do things for a little while and then decide to do it something different.
Oh,
it's that you get excited about something, which is awesome. I love your passion, and you're really into it, as you just said, for a short amount of time, and then you're like, I'm gonna go a different direction. Yeah. Maybe it's being a vegetarian. Maybe it's the all meat diet. Maybe it's the beard. Maybe it's the. We've seen this from you.
You should have seen. You should have seen me when I had this idea that I would clean cars.
I believe it
for a living.
And I'm not
right?
saying you can't
and then
follow
after
through.
I would clean cars, and then I was like, oh, you know what? This radio thing might be cool.
But I'm not saying you can't follow through with
Yeah.
things. I'm not saying that. But you do have a tendency to go lean very hard into things, and
You
then
burn hot.
all of
You
a
burn
sudden
real
go in a
hot.
completely different direction.
So you're suggesting that I not get rid of all of my clothes?
Right. I'm just saying before you give away all of your clothes.
Correct.
Do this for long enough to see if it's a commitment like cars and radio, or to see if it's a fad like the
carnivore
carnivore diet.
Here's the thing. It might be, but I just want to share this with all of you.
You don't need to get rid of everything.
Okay, that's fine. But I want to share this with you. Brock, Salk, check this out. Mar, Ian, all y'all. Look, the beauty of going into my closet right now and seeing all the black shirts, long sleeve, short sleeve, all the black pants, the different Chelsea boots that I got, and to know that when I pack my bag for the gym, I go boop, 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 done. Like I'm not even
Chelsea
thinking about
boots
it.
to the gym.
It's in my bag.
Oh, okay. That's for later.
That's
I see what
for
you mean. I
later,
see to change
right?
into later.
And
So does
so-
that mean no more sneakers?
I don't know what I'm going to do.
You're going to toss all of your sneakers.
Come on.
Gee, that's just a lot. Like that's insane. You're not going to do that.
No, I just
don't do that.
I'm not going to toss the sneakers.
Okay.
I got to keep that because there's going to be times that, But anyway, I went to a concert. Went to Karol G on Wednesday night, and I went to the concert and I wore black shirt, black pants, and I was in that thing. You know what I mean? It was great.
Was it Ice Cube and Friday? Is that all he wore was black too?
Did he? I don't recall.
Oh, okay.
I can't think of it right now.
You can't think of it.
So,
right
anyways, back. Nobody wants to hear about. Let's talk about Jalen Milroe and what he needs to do.
All right.
What's he need to
He
do?
needs to stop listening to the Brock and Salk show, it sounds like.
No, Brock, here we go, quarterback. Check this out. Here's what he needs to do. First, man, just go out there and be you. That's number one. Number two, here's the part that's important. Go out there and move the chains. Move the chains. That is your first obligation. When you move the chains, now I'm thinking about Russ. I'm thinking about Russ' first game when he played against the Arizona Cardinals. When he threw, he was 9 for 10. He only threw the ball 10 times in his first game. They lost that game. But at the same time, the one thing that Russ was doing early, he would move the chains hook or crook. In this case, move the chains early. If that means you're using your feet, great. Don't worry about what nobody says. Then later on, the defense will chill a little bit like, man, this dog, we got to stop this dude. He keep moving the chains. Then the passing will open up. Then don't worry about being a
Kind of
pocket
what Mike
passer.
told him on Hard Knocks, right? Not this past week, but the week before. It was like, hey, man, if you can use your legs, it opens up the ability to do all of the other things that you're capable of.
Maybe I just took what Mike.
Is it hard? Well, no, I think you said a lot of the same stuff, but I don't mean you. It seems like he is almost afraid to use his legs.
Well, he's in his head. It reminds me of when I used to come in my sessions with you, right, to start off in radio.
See, I knew.
No,
Here,
I know. Hold on.
Here it comes.
Like, I mean, listen. If you guys are listening right now, let me tell you guys what I used to go through.
Yeah,
I
the worst thing
I
ever.
used to have to get off the show, go into Mike Salk's office, and he'd be playing. Well, listen to you right here, G. And the one session that really stood out to me, he says, "Listen to this right here," and I was talking for like 2.5 minutes. And he's like, gee, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of being on a basketball court and you're just dribbling. You're just dribbling. You're just dribbling. You're just dribbling. Are you ever going to pass the ball? That stood out to me forever. But you start getting into your head early on when you're doing something. The game is so fast. The first thing he has to do is be himself, quarterback. First thing you got to do.
Gee, how often did Salk, do you ever do this to you if you're watching me? So you see what happens, G, when you're just dribbling for 2 minutes? You know what people do? They do this right here.
Nope.
They do that right there.
I never
They're
did
driving, and then they change the channel. They just change the channel because all you're doing is dribbling. Did he ever do that motion?
You know
Never
I did
once?
not.
He did.
Liar.
Okay.
You know I never did that. The Owen Murphy.
The Lumberg one.
But I will
so
say,
here's the deal, G. Here's
What do
what
you
you're saying. Here's what I hear you saying. And from the quarterback world is don't live in the don'ts. Live in the do's.
Ooh.
Don't throw a pick. Don't take a sack.
On fourth down.
Don't make a mistake. Don't. And if that's your messaging, and if that's what you're hearing, and that's what your parents and your friends and your coaches and your agents, hey man, just don't make a mistake. Hey, just don't don't take sacks. And you live in the don'ts versus living in the do's. Man, just go do it. Just go be a playmaker. Just go use your talent. Just go cut it loose. Go let it. Right, exactly what Brady Russell said to him the other day, right before he went out. Like, just go be you, and you got to live in the do's and not worry about the don'ts.
Is this the first time he's used that?
No.
I think it is.
That was good. If you was listening right now, I hope you guys tell that to your kid.
I don't think there's anything Brock and I have said recently that we haven't said before. I mean, like, we've been doing this for so long. At some point, we've said something.
QB coach said to John Kitna mid-season, I think the first year with Holmgren, and in a rough year. We were a rebuilt team, had a bunch of old vets that were done, some young guys that were trying to figure out if they could play or not. And honestly, QB coach was, John, don't do this. John, don't do that. And John was like, hey, Shep, I can't play that way. You want me to play in this like negative box? You take away all my creativity and all my freedom. If everything's like, yeah, well, punts are okay. It's okay. If every possession ends with a kick, we're okay. Like, no, we're not. Because I'm not being me, and I'm not playing in freedom. I'm playing in like the fear to not make a mistake, and you can't do that.
Brock's cooking right now.
He is cooking.
You know what I mean?
I know. You got nothing to add.
No.
It's just like, yeah, just that.
You got to let him cook. See, I learned that from Mike Salk, too.
Sometimes
I learned that, the dude taught me, is like, look, if there's an open guy and he's made, the last time down the court, he's made three-pointers in a row, when you come down, are you going to pass him the ball? Like, you actually did a pretty good job.
I'll give you a little blue 42.
Cut that, please. Please cut that. We've never heard that on this show before.
I couldn't stand you.
Right.
I literally.
Okay.
And by the way, I do have a point to make about what I have been seeing with NFL players and trainers, and I think it's a problem.
No, well, to say it,
I think the problem is a lot of these players right now, these trainers are their friends.
Oh yeah.
If you are getting trained, then you don't like the person that's training you. You're not Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart, he is training for a movie. You are training for football. And a lot of these athletes right now are in the off season, and they're like, "Ooh, look at what I can do. Look at what I can do." And I'm making that point because I could not stand Mike Salk. That means if the person training you, you can't stand them. That means actually things are working. You're uncomfortable, right? It's hard. It does not feel good. And so that is what's happening with a lot of NFL players around the league. They're hiring a friend, and the trainer is not going to go that hard because they just try not to get fired. And so they don't get fired, and they put it on Instagram, and they can show everybody, look at what I can do. And I'm training these guys.
Got those ropes.
Yeah, we got the ropes. All this fancy stuff, but you're not calloused. Remember that word, right, Brock? You're not calloused for football. You're not in football shape. You look good, but you ain't ready.
Yeah, you know where that's been a real challenge, too? In baseball. All these guys got their swing coaches. They got their pitching coaches. They're getting all these mixed messages. This is what you got to do. And then, well, my hitting coach with the Mariners wants me to do this, and our coordinator here. So there are some challenges with that mixed message. Okay, here's a little blue 88 for you, G.
Come on.
Ready?
Come on.
Give me 3 Seahawks you are rooting for tonight, 2 or 3. That as that game goes on, that you just want to see have success. I'm just rooting. Something about this guy, his story or his talent or whatever. I am just rooting for this guy to play his best tonight.
Let's go, Jalen Milroe. I mean, come on. I'm really wanting to see him do well today. I really do. The next one is, I mean, let's be real. Aren't we all in love with Montorie Foster Jr.?
Salk, not as much.
Wait.
Yeah, he's seen this story, but he's seen this story before. We've been doing this too long.
I like the guy.
Yeah, but you just seen this story of the 5th receiver. Okay, all right.
That's not entirely true. No, that's not it. Just don't jump off sides. Like, if you want to be the 5th receiver, okay. You can't make mistakes like that. I can't live with that.
Well, you know what?
I can't live with my guy trying to make the team and making dumb penalties, and you just can't do that.
I'm gonna keep the theme here. I'm gonna keep the theme. When I was being trained by Mike Salk, Mike Salk lived in the don't do that.
Right.
You can't do that. He lived in the don'ts. So him is consistent with Montorie Foster Jr. in the don'ts.
Yeah.
Right? My next one is Emmanuel Henderson.
Salk's guy.
Yeah. You got a little speed. You got a little speed.
Draft preview.
Here's the thing about him. What am I missing here? What happened?
After the draft, this is really fun. We did these little videos and like 1-minute hits, right? It was our YouTube. We were click farming. And hey, just give me a little breakdown of this guy.
I was asked to do the only thing I was asked to do on draft weekend was a 2-minute video on what turned out to be Emmanuel Henderson Jr. I was like, I don't even know who this guy is.
But he's got some twitch.
He does. He's fast.
Some twitch.
He's got some nice twitch to him. I'm glad you brought that up.
He needs to live in the do's. Do take the ball out of the end zone.
Yeah.
Don't decide that you're going to.
I'm definitely looking forward to that. And so at the end of the day, Seahawks, do your thing. Come out of this game, unscathed, please. The injury bug has been really a big thing in August. I would love to see the statistics behind August of 2026 and say August of pre-new CBA, Brock, when you guys were doing two-a-days and everything. Because I got to tell you, maybe you don't do two-a-days anymore, but I think that the players need to, in a new CBA, when that time comes, players need to be working out at the facility more. I know they want it less. I think it's working against them. I would love to see what injuries, and when I say injuries, I'm not talking about a little hamstring. I'm talking about season-ending injuries in August of 2026 compared to August of, let's say, the year 2000. Right? I would love to see where that's going. And I get it. Guys didn't really, hey, man, we don't want to be coming to the facility all the time. I got stuff to do. You got to get calloused.
Yeah.
You got to get ready in football shape.
What'd you make of the Coastless this week?
It's great. They got the keys. You know what I'm saying? It reminded me when I got the keys to my new apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like, they was happy. They was excited. They came in there and they said, hey, nope, we're not going to have any loud parties or anything. We're going to make sure we keep the place clean. We do have a cat and a dog, but we just ain't telling you about it because we didn't want to add to the deposit. So here's the thing. They have, and I would tell them this right to their face, they have huge shoes to fill. What the Allens did for the Seattle Seahawks for the time that they had them was incredible, right? And so now, as they say, keep the party going. Hey, it's time to keep the party going. So I'm excited.
Was Pops a little overly, I don't know, loquacious with his Steeler fandom?
That was an odd one. He didn't need to go down that road. He could have just said I was a Steeler fan, right?
Did you see Neil's face?
I just want to. I mean,
Dad, don't say that.
His son was like. By the way, we all do that to our parents.
Yeah,
don't we?
Like, Dad,
don't our parents?
Dad.
See, a lot of times, man, y'all used to be looking at the sports world, and y'all think the people in the sports world are different than our world. No, they the same. Everybody looks at their mom or dad and say, "Oh, I cannot believe you just said that."
I also happened to come to this country in '76 when the Steelers were winning the Super Bowl. So actually, I was originally and still am a big Steelers fan.
Dad.
Also, a little known fact, but I still watch all the Steelers games.
No, Dad, no. Ixnay on the Ealer stay.
Okay, now let's make this relatable. Have you ever been at Thanksgiving with the family? Right? And your mom see the cousins, she's with her boyfriend. And my mom would say something like, how long y'all been together? Oh, y'all been together 11 years? Oh, well, why y'all still shacking up? You ain't married yet? Well, I tell you what. You know what they say? Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? Mama, you can't say that.
Yes. Oh, yes, you can.
You don't say you can't say that. Or the mom or the dad will say, hey, how y'all doing? When y'all gonna have some babies? You can't say that.
Sure you can.
You cannot
Brock
do that.
says it all the time.
Brock's unaware.
Yeah, Brock is very unaware of that one.
Why are you playing house? Get married.
Brock, you
Stop
can't.
playing house.
You cannot do that to people.
Brock does. He doesn't care.
And here's
He's
the
got
last
that privilege.
Thing.
It's
Here's
fine.
the last thing you cannot do, and this is important. If you don't listen to nothing else G. Scott say for the rest of your life, remember this: never, ever say, "Hey, are you pregnant?"
Oh,
don't do it.
Yeah, that's a no. That one is a no.
Even if you are for sure, it's
Even
like,
if you're sure.
even if they're about to pop, don't do it because you don't know if she just had the baby last week. Don't do it.
I know you got a big show coming up today. You know who's coming on? G's like, for all of the grief G gives me, something
That's
must
Monday,
have worked.
Monday morning.
Oh, that's Monday? Oh, I thought you said it was today.
No, it's
I'm
Monday
sorry.
morning.
What's
Yeah.
coming up Monday?
Former chief Sean Barnes of Seattle. He's going to come up on the show.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, look, I learned some things from you, Mike. So,
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like what? What did you learn from little old me?
Get to the point.
Yeah.
Compare and contrast.
Somebody
Mike
said a G Scott
McDonald's
segment is like a high school basketball game. There's no shot clock.
Hey, that's
compare and contrast Mike McDonald's management style with Mike Salk's management style.
All right, we're out of time.
We gotta go.
We're tragically late here to break. Don't think we have time for that, unfortunately.
Don't get rid of all those clothes.
Yeah,
let's just end on that.
Keep that.
I love the heart. I love the thought of giving away stuff. Give away some stuff,
especially
but
your favorite stuff.
Yeah,
you're gonna want to wear it again.
I just want to just say this too,
you're gonna want to wear it again.
And somebody said, "Geez, like a basketball game without shot clock." Hey, man, do you guys ever have any 49er fans that listen to the show?
I don't know.
You think
maybe?
So?
Probably.
Look. If I were them. If the one thing they have their sayings, Seahawk fans have every fan base has their sayings, right? If I'm a 49er fan, if there's one saying that I would retire, bang, bang, Niner gang. Yeah. Retire it.
Yeah. You don't think they can keep saying that?
No, you can't say that no more. You can't say that no more. Hey, retired. Done. Gee, what happened? I don't know. But that saying no more.
All right. That'll do it for G Scott today. That'll pretty much end today.
Yeah, that's good.
I think we're good. Not good, but good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you,
Thanks,
G.
G.
G Scott Show starting here in a few minutes over on our sister station, 97.3 Cairo News Radio, and sounds like a big show on Monday. I'm told everybody wants to hear what Sean Barnes has to say, and G's got him. So you can go listen to G and Ursula on Monday morning to hear all of that. We've got an hour to go, Brock. We are on to number 9. We're into the top 10 here. Number 9. She's a beauty, that number 9. Most intriguing Seahawk up next on Brock and Salk.
It's the final dress rehearsal before the real thing.
I want to see, how is this roster shaping up?
For many players, it's the final chance to prove they deserve a roster spot.
It's the relentless details that we hone in on each and every day.
Seahawks, Chiefs. Today, pregame at 3. Rabel and Wyman with the kickoff at 5. On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Listen wherever you are for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from.
Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now, or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our week. It's the Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. We will open up the phone lines, of course, in 30 minutes, whatever's on your mind. 866-979-3776. More, you guys didn't open the phones last week? All right. Well, all the more reason to do it. You didn't have time? What does that mean? What do you mean you didn't have time? We have this time. It's built in. It's what we do, 9:30 on Friday. All right.
I think we had a guest.
You had a guest?
We had Dave Wyman live from...
from Joint Practice.
Training camp. Joint Practice.
All right, that's a good reason. Dave's good. But still, 866-979-3776. We'll open up the phone lines, whatever you guys want to talk about. Seahawks, Mariners, the works. That is coming up in 30 minutes. Of course, we are counting down to the Seahawks opener at home next Wednesday. And we are counting down the 25 most intriguing Seahawks. Today, that gets us to...
Number 9.
Tight end A.J. Barner. What does A.J. stand for? I looked at his Wikipedia and his Pro Football Reference. Neither one says. But his dad's name is Albert, so I'm guessing it's Albert Jr.
That's a good guess.
That's my gut, that it doesn't stand for anything. It's Albert Jr. But whatever.
It's Albert Frank Barner.
That's his full name?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's probably Albert
He's
Jr.
the fifth.
Yeah. Okay, so A.J. is probably for Albert Jr. Anyway, or Albert, yeah, because it would otherwise be A.F. Barner.
Google AI says it's Albert Javante.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
I think maybe they're thinking of a different.
I'm going to go with no on that. 52 catches, 510 yards last year, and 6 touchdowns. The 52 catches puts him where amongst tight ends, Brock?
Well, I looked at that some time ago. Amongst tight ends, that is like maybe 12th
16th.
or so. Yeah.
510 yards ranks amongst tight ends.
A little bit less. Middle of the pack.
20th.
Yeah.
Decent numbers.
There's certainly 5 touchdowns?
6 touchdowns.
That's top 5.
It's pretty good. He did a really great job with that. I mean, that was really the thing that set him apart last year. As we went through and watched all of the highlights from the games last year, you couldn't help but notice how many times A.J. Barner was catching touchdown passes or catching big plays in big moments.
Alani in the backfield now. Play fake to him. Sam stops, looks, throws, got a man wide open. Touchdown! Seahawks! It is A.J. Barner.
That was in the Super Bowl, and we just saw a lot of that from him throughout the year. He was really great in play action. He was really great in those big moments and the throwbacks and all of it. So why is he number 9 on the most intriguing? Because I'm curious if there's more in there. 52 catches, 510 yards is a very solid season. There is not a criticism in here to be had. I thought A.J. Barner had a whale of a year. Throw in what he does, taking the snaps with the barnyard and the little tush-push deal. Throw in his blocking that Brian Baldinger thinks is tremendous.
This A.J. Barner of Seattle is some kind of blocker. Watch this Charbonnet touchdown run here. Watch what he does to the end. He throws the end inside. And then he comes off and he picks off the corner right here. And Charbonnet runs right behind him. Like, that guy is a great blocker. In fact, Seattle's got Saubert, they've got Arroyo. They use tight ends as much as anybody in this whole league. But that's a great block, great play.
They do have a lot of tight end usage. He is the top dog in that tight end room. We know he can block. We know he can catch. We know he can run after he catches. Just a matter of how many times you're able to do it over the course of the season. So is there a little bit more in the tank? Is there another 10 yards? Could next year we be talking about 62 catches, putting him just into the top 10? Could we be talking about 610 yards? Putting him probably somewhere in and around the top 10 for tight ends. I don't need him to catch 1,000 yards of balls this year. I don't need that. I don't need 100 catches. I don't need him to be the focal point of the offense. It's not who he is, and that's not who they are. But is there just a little bit more from A.J. Barner? Here's what Mike McDonald said about him.
Yeah, he's a tone. You know how I feel about A.J. You know, he's one of us, like, through and through. His attitude, the physicality, how he attacks his rehab. The mentality he gives our offense is just it's really great, you know. And he's doing those things, and he's worked his way back to it. I think it's a process right now. I don't think he's where he wants to be, but he's doing a lot of great things on the field, and I expect that to keep growing over the next few weeks going into the season.
So A.J. Barner is number 9 on my list, Brock, because of the talent level. I mean, you're not talking about a 5th or 6th round pick. He's a mid-round pick with all the talent in the world, coming from Michigan, and he's managed to hold off, at least for a year, Elijah Arroyo, who is a higher pick than him, right? Who does have maybe, quote-unquote, more talent in terms of his ability to get open down the field. This is from a year ago. I'm curious if this is still true for you. This is Chris Long a year ago, before last season, on the Green Light podcast.
Barner needs to be one of their big targets down the stretch. No, not literally, but, figuratively. He's got to be a big target for them. They have to find him. You think about like a quarterback's best friend in the middle of the field, a guy like Sam, put it up where this big motherfucker can get it. Because he's got to be, like 6'6"? It's a big dude. He's huge.
And he did a lot of that last year. Can he be one of the better tight ends in football this year? I think he's capable of it, and that's why he's number 9 on our most intriguing list.
Well, he's got a shot to be the best all-around tight end in Seahawks history. I mean, look at the production. Jimmy Graham leads in productions as far as like touchdown receptions and Pro Bowls, but he was a very one-dimensional player.
Sure.
You've had some great blockers through the years. Mike Tice was a savage, and Pete Metzelaars, and kind of big blocking tight ends. Christian Fourier, who I played with, was kind of a dual threat. Jeremy Stevens had some very nice years in a terrific Super Bowl year. Big Zach, who I saw out at mandatory minicamp. I mean, he was an awesome blocker, and he was productive for you as a Seahawk tight end. But as far as like a sustained 6, 7, 8 years, like he puts together another year like he did, and he gets a 3-year extension, Salk, and he's here 6+ years. Like he could be the best dual threat tight end the franchise has had. John Carlson had some nice years. They've had some nice players, but they've never had a dominant, just dual threat, could block it, could get down the field, could be productive. Like he's got an opportunity to do so. Now health will be part of it. That shoulder surgery and kind of getting banged up, and there's some wear and tear on your body when you're doing both of those things. There's a reason that McBride and Pitts and those guys don't like to mix it up. There's a reason that Jimmy didn't like to put his hand in the dirt, because he wanted to be in space and catch touchdowns and do all that. To wear both those hats and sustain it for a long time, it's hard. He's got a chance to do it.
And that's why he's number 9. Number 9, most intriguing Seahawk, A.J. Barner. Plus, he's fun. I mean, that's the other part of it with him, right? It's not just his ability on the field. It's that he's an intriguing character, right? And he sits on the council, right? In the leadership council. He's got a big voice on that leadership group.
I kind of like that he's not become a
I kind of do too. That was a little concern.
The end of last season, Super Bowl parade.
Yep.
Like, hey man, just be careful.
I totally agree.
Don't go down that jabroni thing.
Yep.
Like once you open that door, we've seen it with different guys, and you feel like you always got to keep performing and keep performing.
He kind of backed off it. And that's not to say you haven't seen him. You heard him talking a little bit in the last one, and I'm sure he's out there having a good time. But I totally agree. I'm glad that he didn't become a darling of Hard Knocks because of his outrageous personality. I don't need that from him. I like that he's got a little of that in him. I like that he's got a fun factor. I like that he's a cool dude, and everybody seems to like him.
Organically happen.
Yeah, you don't need to force it. So, yeah, I great point, Brock. All of those things kind of come. Thank you.
Like I've had a strong morning.
I think you have too.
I honestly could use a little more A.J. Barner and a little less Brady Russell. I don't really get why they've latched on to him so much.
Whoa, Maura.
Maybe it's the hair. I hate the hair.
He's a Barnabas. He's an encourager. You hate the hair.
I just don't.
Have you seen his college hair? He was Fabio in college. The thing was like down to his waist in college. Oh, yeah.
Get hit in the face with that goose?
Yeah, I'll send you a.
Is there anything crazy? I mean, which is crazier? Fabio on the roller coaster getting hit with the goose, or Randy Johnson hitting the pigeon? Which is crazier? They're both remarkable.
The timing on the pigeon is insane.
Look at him in college.
Oh, there is nothing Fabio-like about that at all.
Look how long the hair is.
I'm going to say
that's luscious locks.
Come
on.
Not
look at the
Fabi-esque.
salad.
Hater sock.
That is not Fabi-esque even a little bit. We got our phones open in 20 minutes after everything you need to know next.
30 years ago, Paul Allen purchased the Seahawks.
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Kosla family to Seattle from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Bump letting you know Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on every hole and tree-lined fairways, you better hit them straight. Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those who want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today. After the round, enjoy a stay at Silver Reef Casino Resort. Go to golfloomis.com.
A weight loss plan you can take on vacation? That can't exist, right? Well, yeah, actually it does. And it's called Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's Mike Salk here, and trust me, I would know. The plan helped me lose 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. It's not a plan that's going to interrupt your life either. You still get to eat full meals. You can still go on vacation. You can even include a cheat day. It's not going to rule your life. Instead, you eat healthy, fresh meals that you prepare yourself, and you watch your body burn fat the healthy way. No injections, no pills, no monthly payments, no worrying you're going to gain that weight back as soon as you stop, because Eastside Weight Loss Clinic comes with lifestyle training to help you build lifelong habits. Find out if this is right for you. Do a free 15-minute phone consultation. You can schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and take the call when you're in the car, commuting to work, or running errands. The only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Labor Day deals are looking good at Lowe's. Save $10 on 1-gallon cans and $50 on 5-gallon pails of select interior paint via rebate. Plus, get 2 2.5-quart or 3-quart mums for just $8. A fresh look and savings? Even better. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9. While supplies last. Mum sizes vary by location and exclude Alaska and Hawaii. See store at Lowe's.com for more details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations. And save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Football, baby! Nobody gets you closer to the action at Seahawks training camp than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Cascade Machinery and Electric has been the Pacific Northwest's trusted industrial machinery expert for over 100 years. And right now they're hiring outside sales representatives in Alaska, Washington, and Oregon. If you're an experienced seller of industrial equipment, highly motivated and have a skill for building relationships, a rewarding career is waiting for you. The salary is competitive. The benefits are great. Visit cascade-machinery.com/careers and apply today. Cascade Machinery and Electric, powering the Pacific Northwest since 1918.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland are celebrating Toyota's national sales event with additional inventory on 2026 Tundras and Tacomas. Through August 31st, lease the Tacoma SR5 at $309 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance at 3.99% APR for 48 months, plus $500 TFS finance subvention cash. Excludes all applicable taxes and government fees. A negotiable dock fee of $200 is included with approved credit from TFS. Price will vary based on accessories. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com.
Swung on and destroyed. Grand Slam, Cal Raleigh.
2027 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now, and the benefits start right away. Members get access to exclusive discounts, T-Mobile Park pre-sales, and more. Come on board today with one of 2 great options. Reserved memberships let you secure the best locations in the ballpark so you can make your favorite spot home all summer long. Whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season.
Young with a diving catch. Cole Young taking a hit away.
Or go with a flex membership and enjoy the freedom to choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go. Terrace Club, bleachers, right behind the dugout. Build your season any way you want. All plans include great savings and member perks. Secure yours today at mariners.com/27.
Swung on and missed a slider, straight venom. Andres Munoz with the punch out.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, big Mariner finish here to this very difficult stretch. They've gone 8-10 with 6 games left to play in this 24-game gauntlet. So go 4-2. You finish 12-12. I think that was kind of where we hoped they would end up when it was all said and done. And given what else has happened in the division, kind of puts you right about where you feel you need to be given how simple the schedule is after you're done with this road trip. But you got 3 in Toronto, 3 in Boston. Starts tonight with Emerson Hancock going up against Dylan Cease, who's about as good as it gets in the American League right now. Dominated this lineup here at T-Mobile earlier this year. Tomorrow, another Cade Anderson start. Looking forward to that. He'll go against Jose Soriano. And then Sunday, Bryce Miller against Max Scherzer. But look, I mean, you're going to see 3 pretty good pitchers. You're going to throw 3 pretty good pitchers. You got to go out there and beat them.
You do, and it is kind of hard to imagine, as I've said a couple times, like these were the 2 combatants that played an unbelievable 7-game set. Down to the final few outs, and unfortunately a huge home run by a guy who's still sitting on their bench, right? A Vlad Guerrero that the Mariners had to pitch around because he was so red, lightning hot, you couldn't deal with him. And the Mariners team that was led by Cal Raleigh, who kind of likes, I think, hitting against John Schneider and those Toronto Blue Jays in an environment that's as loud and festive and raucous as any in all of baseball. They are still top 5 in attendance this year, and they've still got a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the American League East. They've got 0 shot of that.
But in the wild card, yeah, they're right there with you. I mean, right around the same record. Pretty quiet night last night. Houston wins. Orioles lose. Texas was off. They play Milwaukee this weekend. So M's are 3 back at Houston in the West, 4 out in the wild card. And they will do this without Geno Suarez. That is not going to happen. In fact, nobody signed Geno Suarez. Anyone had the opportunity to claim him on waivers last couple of days. He reportedly cleared, so nobody wanted him for just a couple million. He'll stay in Cincinnati for the final month of the year. The Mariners will stick with their roster. Am I bummed? Yeah, I think it would have been nice, but I got to imagine, I mean, just the fact that nobody took him, they just don't like his game right now. He's just not hitting to a point where they think he can help.
That's right. Can that bat still run into a home run or two? Sure. But I just don't think it moves through the zone the way it once did, and a 36% strikeout rate. Kind of got enough of those guys on your roster.
I still would have done it.
Well,
I know people are saying instead of Patrick
Wisdom,
like, look, Patrick Wisdom's going to be gone in a couple of days. It's really, would you rather have him or Weston Wilson? And yeah, I think I'd rather have Geno Suarez and all the things that he brings to the table, even just in the dugout and in the locker room.
Quick question. 7-day IL, concussion IL for Brendan Donovan. Does that mean he has to be out till Sunday?
Yes.
It does. Okay.
Yes.
Hollander said Sunday would be the earliest.
Has to be out. Yeah, that's a minimum amount of time. The reason they made it shorter than the 10-day is just so that there was no hesitancy. No, it was about hesitancy. They didn't want people to be like, well, we might be able to get him back sooner. We don't want to have to wait a full 10 days. So I think that's why it's a shorter IL stint than the 10-day. They don't want they wanted to make it easier for teams to say, yeah, just let this guy go be better, and we'll only make it 7 days.
Here's the second thing you need
to know. All right, Jalen Milroe, all eyes on you tonight, man. This is your opportunity, and I'm excited. I've been disappointed so far. I honestly loved his first drive. I had written down in my notes, like, okay, here it is. This is the real Jalen Milroe. We saw the speed. We saw him throw down the field, which I do think he needs to be able to do. And I thought that was a great drive. And then it just kind of unraveled for him, and a couple of picks and the sacks and all of it. It's a big game for him. It's a big game for a lot of guys.
These are great games. These last preseason games, there's so many great stories of guys playing great football. And again, everybody's on their own timeline. So are you fighting for a roster? Yeah, you are. You're fighting to further your career. Is it a roster spot? Maybe, maybe not. Those are things that are outside of our control at this point in the process. So let's focus on going play your best football and then trust that the process will take care of itself, whether it's you're on the initial 53 or on the initial 70, or maybe you're a guy that's going to come back. All those things are on the table.
In his 8 or 9 series so far here in the 2 games, Salk 11 of 19. Just 88 passing yards. It's a little bit what we felt at minicamp, at OTAs, and in the training camp. Just have not been able to get the big play down the field. 2 interceptions and 5 sacks. So if he's dropped back, he's 11 of 19. He's been sacked another 5 times. That's 24. He's ran 2. It's like out of less than 30 pass plays, we've been sacked 5 times.
Yeah.
Unsustainable. Can't happen.
No, not all of that is his
Absolutely
fault.
not.
Right?
Nope,
I mean,
his right tackle's been a mess.
Yep.
Absolutely. So he'll get more of the 2-0 line in this game. It's been a lot of 3s. He'll get some 2-0 line. He'll have to play with the 3s, but you're playing against 2s and 3s. And I just like to see, man, no 4th down. Well, I'm not going to live in the don'ts. I'd like to see some really wise decision making to just get rid of the ball and avoid the sacks and negative plays and keep, as G. Scott said, keep those chains moving.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, I don't think I could say this enough. I just love Leonard Williams and was incredibly happy to see him get that contract extension yesterday. You know how I have felt about all these, whether it was Rashid Shaheed or Spoon or anybody, like, hey, that's all fine. Just make sure there's enough money for the guys up front. The guys like Leonard Williams. And there was. He gets 3 years, $90 million. And for him, the first time that he's ever gotten an extension, not a free agent deal, but an extension, meaningful.
It feels amazing. I think this is maybe my first time being extended while under contract with the team, and just goes to show what type of organization we have here and just how much respect and love and appreciation that I have here. And I'm grateful to, John and Coach Mike and, everybody that it took to get this done and continue my career here. It feels amazing.
Any hesitancy at all, looking back at the last decade and a half of 3rd contracts for guys? The
Not him.
Marshawns or the Bobbies or at that age and stage?
Not him. Not at that position. Not the way he's playing right now. Not with that personality. I have none. You?
Seattle chose him. He chose Seattle. I think it's great that they've got the depth they have. If he had to take on double teams all the time, Salk,
right,
and he had to live in that world, I would have real concern.
Yeah, but Byron Murphy is going to be here for the entirety of this contract. They're going to sign Byron Murphy next year, too.
Yep, absolutely.
So I don't have any. None. Okay. This is perfect. How's that?
Whoa.
Perfect. Wow. That's everything you need to know. Best every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Speaking of perfect, all right, let's hear from you guys. 866-979-3777.
You think Mike in Edmonds plays Xbox or PS5?
I doubt it.
With the kitty cat on his lap?
I don't think so. Yeah, it's hard.
After his 10-mile
It's hard
runs.
to play with your Afghan on your lap. Yeah. 866-979-3776. What do you think people are going to call about today? Mariners have a shot?
Janet in Linwood. Do you think she has any kids, grandkids?
I hope not. Do the Mariners have a shot? What do you think? Right. You get 6 left here, and then the schedule of nothingness down in September. 866-979-3776. What do you want to do with the 6 starters that they have? Where else are we going to go with the Mariners? What do you make of the decision not to bring in Eugenio Suarez for the last month? Will Brennan Donovan be enough when he gets back? Do you need it to be Cal and Julio, or can it be Randy and Dom Canzone who leads this team to the playoffs? What do they need to do? So, I mean, there's like a million different directions you can go with the Mariners. 866-979-3776. Seahawks, I mean, look, final preseason game tonight. What do you want to see, and who do you want to see it from? How do you feel about Jason McIntyre saying that Sam Darnold is a glorified Trent Dilfer? I think it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, but all right.
You want to go at Mora for, her lack of affinity for Brady Russell? Sure. Are you as offended as I am?
Mostly his hair. Amber and Wenatchee texted in that she totally agrees. The hair is awful.
Yeah.
Hard knocks, observations, if you've got them. All of it, whatever you guys want to do. 866-979-3776. We'll open up the phone lines. We'll talk with you guys next on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending.
That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock, you're here with my buddy, Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you know I love this time of year. It's the boys of fall. They're out there playing football, but we also know that sport, especially professionally, gets guys banged up. And they have doctors and trainers and staff there to put them back together. What about for those that do get hurt being active out on their own? Where do they go?
They go to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, Brock. We've always been available for the public, the consumer, that person out there that maybe has a bump or bruise, and maybe they're a recreational athlete. We are here to help them, give them guidance. But remember, Brock, in the state of Washington, we have what's called direct access. That means if you have an injury or a bump or a bruise, a problem, come see us. We can get you started in physical therapy right away, and we will navigate all the insurance complexities here at IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
And the sooner you start, the sooner you feel better. And with over 40 locations all over Puget Sound, they're easy to find. You can find them online as well at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
One of my favorite scenes from training camp was a coach telling a player he should be happy for another teammate who just signed a contract extension. He earned it. Dave Wyman here, and I'll be happy for you if you earn $30 each month with a Harborstone Credit Union PNW Cashback free checking account. No fees or minimums. Sign up for a membership at Harborstone Credit Union /cash and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest. Insured by NCUA, terms and conditions apply.
Lots of dealerships will tell you they'll work hard for your business. At Lee Johnson, we've been proving it for more than 90 years. You can count on us.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Guys, if you have low energy or reduced drive, it could be low testosterone. At Revive Health here in Seattle, start with a free testosterone exam and consultation with an experienced medical provider. And for a limited time, qualified patients can get started with a free month of TRT. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivehealth.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Want to see the defending Super Bowl champion Seahawks open the 2026 season against the Patriots September 9th?
Seattle Sports is giving away 4 tickets.
Holy catfish!
All you have to do is open the Seattle Sports app and enter.
You can enter once a day from August 25th through August 31st to boost your chances.
Full details at seattlesports.com/win.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Nobody gets you closer to the action at Seahawks training camp than the home of the Seahawks.
I see you, boy!
Seattle Sports.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, you're right, Brock. I have been really hitting the tiki music hard, the Hawaiian music, when we get to the golf course on Fridays. So, but I still love hearing a little Phil Friday. Phil Cootie, love that. 866-979-3776. Phone line's full. And Brock is offering a Madden giveaway here, to his favorite caller. So all the more reason to call in today and give us a thought on the Seahawks, the Mariners, or anything else that is on your mind. We'll start with Rich, who is in Auburn today. Brock, good morning, Rich. Hello, Rich.
I just wanted to talk about. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this Jalen Milroe thing, and I'm a little disappointed in how much of our fan base has kind of started to get on board with getting rid of him this offseason. I saw there was a poll from 90% at the beginning of the season down to 40% now. We have Sam Darnold as our Super Bowl winning quarterback, and we can see how long it took for him to get to where he is and the kind of quarterback he is now. So you have that reference right in front of you, and I think it's just a little lame to want to give up on Milroe after a year. I don't think they're going to get rid of him, no matter how bad he does today, if he does good or not. I think he's important for the Terrion Arnold signing. I think there's a ton of good things that they like about him, clearly in Hard Knocks, and how they coach him, how they look at him in general. I don't see them getting rid of him, so, yeah.
I appreciate the call. I don't see that either. I mean, is that up for a conversation, Brock? I mean, I don't see any reason why they would be even thinking about getting rid of Jalen Milroe.
I don't think that's on the board. Where this starts to come into play after a couple years is your J.J. McCarthy, is your Anthony Richardson, is your, hey, what does the rest of the market do? But you want to see this guy thrive. You want to see him put it together. He is still a very inexperienced player, to Rich's point about the journeys. And if we've not learned anything from history of these different players, it does take some time. But even alongside that, come on, Brian Fleury, tonight, put him in a position to shine.
Yeah.
Really just put him on the move in a position to use his instincts, to use his athleticism, and I want to see him on the move.
Let me play you this sound. This is from Courtney Cronin, who was filling in, hosting on Unsportsmanlike. She mostly covers the Bears, but she's good. She was on Unsportsmanlike, and I think it's a pretty good take on young quarterbacks and some of the judgment we have.
Sam Darnold, anytime you take a reclamation project or somebody who we don't project to have the level of success that they do, and then they have that level of success, the immediate thought is, oh, well, it's going to be really hard for them to do that again.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard for Sam Darnold to play at the level that he played at last year. Oh, wait, didn't we say that about him from going from Minnesota to Seattle? He upped his game even more and then won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's difficult for us, right, as quarterbacks are developing, or even once we've finally seen it, to shake off what we initially felt. And I don't think that Jalen Milroe's going anywhere. I don't think that's going to happen.
Nope.
Good. 866-979-3776. Let me go to Mike in Edmonds. Good morning, Mike.
Oh, good morning, Salk. Good morning, Brock.
Good morning, Michael.
Mike doesn't want this video game. He's like, I don't play video games. I play chess.
Actually, I do play video games in the winter because I got no yard work to do. So
it's too cold for him to sit on the rocker with the Afghan on him.
All right. I got to go for a run when this is over. So somebody needs to take care of my rocker and my blanket. So, Brock, would you do that for me?
Yes.
All
Well,
right.
it depends how good this call is, Mike. Here we go. Let's go.
All right. I've been thinking about the piggyback thing, and I like the piggyback, but it feels like Miller is tiptoe away from going on the IL because he just hasn't been right for 2 months. So this may be resolved shortly with a 5-man rotation rather than a piggyback. But, yeah, I guess if if it stays 6 guys, then piggyback's the best. And Salk, I'm wondering, what position player would you call up? Would it be Arroyo?
Yes,
I haven't followed their stats lately. But,
that's a good question.
Yeah.
And Adam Jude, he's been all over Arroyo for a while. Jude has just been like, he's coming, and even suggested that one of the reasons they wouldn't bring in someone like Gino was that they wanted to make room for Arroyo, which, it makes sense. So let's see. Brennan Donovan's going to come back Sunday. Let's say that takes care of Patrick Wisdom. And then you get an opportunity to bring up one more player. Weston Wilson's up already. It essentially at that point is either Leo Rivas or Michael Arroyo. Like that's your position player, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to bring up one more reliever. That's probably Davila or whatever. And, that's why, to me, you have the opportunity to go to the piggyback now, because you're going to have another arm in the pen that I think makes that a little bit easier to do.
So what do you want? Do you want more of the known? I mean, Leo won you a couple games, right? What he did in that series. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think you can argue that's series win over the Cubs and what he did on Friday night and Saturday.
I would probably do that.
The known, there's limitations.
And the
defense,
just unfortunately, Arroyo's defense still, it's not a thing. So, I'm probably bringing up Leo Rivas personally. I don't know which direction they will go. And by the way, if you bring up Rivas, you can always send him back down and bring Arroyo back. Like, it's not like you can't do that.
Or Brock Rodden, right? There's a little redundancy, I think, there with Rivas and Rodden.
Yeah, they're both switch hitters who can play more. Yeah.
I will say it's always tricky, too. I mean, look at Brock Rodden. He had 19 home runs. 19 home runs in the Pacific Coast League. He's had a couple doubles early, but do you think he could hit ever 10 home runs in Major League Baseball?
It doesn't look like it.
It does not feel like
it doesn't feel that way, no. But it's this game, man, like, I'm not going to judge him just based on his first couple of weeks, but I get what you're saying. I mean, just the size, it seems hard to imagine that he's going to take the ball out of the ballpark too often. But that would be me. Yeah, I would probably go with Rivas, but I kind of cool either way. Like, I think both decisions would make a level of sense.
Is there any like detail you talk about? A guy's got to be on the roster or got to do this to be available for the playoffs?
No, they're all in the organization.
Send Rivas,
no, they're all in the organization.
Back and down and bring.
Nope,
okay,
none of that matters. Okay. As long as you're in the organization.
Did you just quote Metallica? Nothing else matters.
I said none of that matters.
Oh, none of that matters.
Maybe I said nothing else matters. I don't know. I'm a Metallica fan, so quoting them wouldn't be like the weirdest thing ever.
Good song.
I mean.
Nothing else matters.
Okay, right, let's go to Bury and talk to Sam.
What up, Sammy?
Hello. Can you hear me?
You want to win a video game today, Sam? Yeah, you want to win a video game today?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're not going to win the video game asking, can we hear you over and over again? Say what you want to say.
Oh, man, I suck.
Jeez, Sam.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I mean, long-time listener, third-time caller. I should be on this. But, hey, so Dan Wilson, I would like to talk about, do you guys ever interview Dan Wilson? Have you ever requested an interview for him? I can't listen to him anymore. I love him, but I can't listen to him.
How come?
Because he never answers the question, jerk. He just, I think Aaron Goldsmith and, Gary, they're super insightful. They ask good questions, and then he just says, and then answer something completely different.
I mean, there is an old theory in politics, which is that you never accept the premise of the question. You don't have to answer what it is they're asking. You just have to answer whatever it is the message is that you want to get across. And I do think that there is an element of that. There is an element of just not accepting the premise of the question and just answering whatever it is he would prefer to talk about.
I don't think I don't think Dan's that Machiavellian. I think he just at all costs protects his players. So all the ums and you knows is how do I say nothing to ever put any of my players in harm's way?
That's so infuriating.
I think those are the same thing.
What'd you say, Sammy?
It's infuriating.
Oh, is it?
Because I love to tune into Scott's service because he had some insight, but Dan has none to give to us.
Yeah, I do think it's disappointing. I agree with you. I do think it's disappointing. Thanks for the phone call,
Maura,
Sam.
get his number. His number. He's on the list.
He's on the list.
Because I suck.
Okay.
I suck.
I do think it's disappointing. It's disappointing for all of us who enjoy learning more about baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I'm disappointed in that. He's absolutely right. That was one of my favorite things about Scott. It's something I enjoyed about Terry Francona when I covered him. I think that getting an opportunity to learn about the game is what makes the game more fun. Baseball can be boring, and it's more boring the less you understand it. The more you understand the intricacies and what they're thinking and what's going on behind the scenes and what the decision-making is like and what the manager's doing and what the shortstop's doing and what the catcher is doing, the more of it you understand, the more interesting the game is. And Dan may look at it and say simply, well, that's not my job. My job is to win as many games as possible, and I can't necessarily disagree with him. But I don't see why those two things have to be at cross purposes with each other.
I think one of the challenges as well is we have watched young coaches and middle-aged coaches and older coaches, all of them. We've watched them get more comfortable in their own skin, something we've talked about, especially with Coach McDonald. We've listened to Pete talk about that a lot. Coach Carroll used to say that all the time. And his encouragement to any young coach was, you've got to figure out who you are in your messaging. And I think with Dan over these 2 years, I think it's kind of gone the other way. It's become almost uncomfortable in trying to answer these questions where the goal is the same, to be the cover, to be the shield, to take every arrow for the players. But there's been just I don't know. I can't say that he feels comfortable in his skin doing that every night. It doesn't feel and certainly sound.
And that's before, Brock, you get to the stuff Divish was talking about earlier this week, which is, if we don't hear an answer or something, an explanation, then it gets made up. There's a void, and then people start to make up their own answers, and I think that's when you get into trouble. Let me go to Eric, who's in Ellensburg. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I wanted to call in about the texters earlier, talking about, the Mariners and them being just as bad as the teams that we're about to play in September. But as a longtime Mariners fan, a healthy lineup this year, and our baseball cards of a healthy lineup are way better than anybody we're about to play. And if we just quit underperforming, I think this team can make a run for this thing. And we've proven the last couple of weeks that we can beat the best teams in baseball. And I don't want to say it because it's a really toxic relationship being a Mariners fan, but couldn't they possibly go win this thing? And I'm personally kind of rooting for the Mariners to finish their regular season under 500, win the division, and win the World Series, because wouldn't that just be the most Mariners thing ever?
It would.
To win a World Series with a losing record.
It absolutely would be. I can't think of anything, especially the Mariners of the last few years. I don't know about the Mariners of their entire existence, 50 years, but of the last couple years, every time you give up on them, they go nuts, and every time you think they're going to be good, they go into the tank. Yes, it would absolutely be indicative of this team over the last, let's call it 5 or 6 years, to finish the regular season under 500, win the division because the Astros and Rangers tank it out, and then go on a run and win the World Series. It would be hilarious, and it would be perfectly fitting. You're absolutely right.
All right, Eric.
It's definitely a tough relationship rooting for these guys, but I love them. Let's go Mariners.
All right, there you
go. Stay on the line.
There's Eric. That's a good one right there.
He didn't stay on the line. This is a rough system. We got one phone number so far.
I thought Ian grabbed his phone number.
I pulled that one early.
Ian's already got that.
There we
was a preemptive.
Ian already had that.
Hey,
one. We're good.
How many games with, what do we have, 28 to go? Is that the right math? Yeah, 28 to go. How many games, not to make excuses nor an explanation, how many games has Dan, Jerry, Justin, the analytics team, how many games have they had everybody available to them?
I think it's 0.
Where legitimately, Donovan and JP and the whole crew,
none.
Totally available.
I think it's none.
Well, the start of the year. Weren't they all available at the start of the year or no?
Well, there was no Bryce Miller. Was Matt Brash ready at the start of the year? I don't think so. I have to go back and remember.
No.
So never.
Never.
Yeah.
Never have you had your full 26-man arsenal of what you really want to do.
Now, I don't know how uncommon that is. Injuries are certainly a part of the game, but I think the answer is 0.
Yep.
I think the answer is 0.
And we might be a week away, 10 days away. We'll see with Brash.
Pretty close.
We'll see with Miller. We'll see with
see if somebody else ends up having a problem before you get there. That's kind of the way this thing has been. Let me go to Andrew in Kent. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, guys. I'm just here to talk about the Seahawks. Hard Knocks got me hyped up, and I am tired of hearing about the Los Angeles Rams and how the Seahawks are going to be regression candidate. They're going to lose games. They lost so many people. I want to talk about the arrivals and departures of the Los Angeles Rams. They lost their offensive coordinator. No one's talking about that. Sure, Sean McVay's the guy, but it's going to have an impact. You also have the non-departure of someone named Father Time. Matt Stafford ain't younger. He stayed healthy all last year for the first time in how many years? I love Matt Stafford, but I love Matt Stafford as a dude from 2009 who was really tough back then, but he's been really tough for a long time. Myles Garrett is a beast. He's incredible. Defensive Player of the Year. He's been healthy for a while. That's a lot of reps. That's a lot of time on the field. That's a lot of time to accrue some things that might start to come to fruition this year. And, oh, my gosh, they might get Aaron Donald back, the ageless wonder, or is he? I wonder if he can even make it through whatever age this is for him on the field if he chooses to come back.
Well, you also got to put Jared Verse's name in there as well as a guy that they lost because that's relevant. He's a pretty good player, and he's not going to be on that team next year either.
Kept Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs Puka.
Yeah, and we'll see if he doesn't get suspended, and we'll see what happens there. So, yeah, I think the Rams have a lot to work through.
Some of the pendulum has swung. You've heard the Cowherds and others nationally because they've gotten this look, exactly what we knew would happen with Hard Knocks. They've gotten this little look-see and this little reminder like, oh, my gosh, they are pretty good. And Hard Knocks done an extraordinary job of making Sam look really good. I mean, all the throws, all the stuff in practice, all the wins in practice, like that. It's been kind of a Sam Darnold hype show through this preseason, and yeah, I think there's some sound reasoning there for Mr. Andrew. Not enough to knock off Eric or Sam.
No, I think Sam might be Eric
in Ellensburg.
Yeah, Eric in Ellensburg. I think is probably in the lead. Let me go to Dimitri in Kent, though. Good morning, Dimitri. What's up?
Hello. Well, I just wanted to say that I didn't love the vibe of the Khosla family intro. I don't mean any disrespect. I'm sure they're good people, fine people. It just felt like they were more speaking to like a corporate boardroom, talking about the Seahawks fan base as a brand, talking about Lumen Field as a brand, rather than, I don't know, like entering this a little bit more warmly. This was their kind of first intro talking to the Seahawks fan base. It didn't come off to me great. I also disagree a little bit with you, Salk, where yesterday you said that his wording about Lumen Field was leaving it broadly open. I personally read it as they want to change the stadium. They were just folding it in like more comfortable sounding language. They want to put
I don't know that we know that yet. And that could mean a bunch of things. That could mean I want to move to a different stadium and build it. It could mean I want to leverage that against the state and the county and see if I can get them to spend some money to renovate the stadium. We're too early on that road, on that path yet to know exactly what direction they're going to go. But I agree with you. The insinuation is certainly that something will change in some way with Lumen Field. Whether that's actually building a new stadium or not, I don't know. I think it's probably a little early for that. But as for your first comment, I think there's some merit to that. Yeah. I wonder if that would have felt different if Neil had spoken instead of the parents. I wonder if Neil had spoken, and somebody who's a little bit more passionate about this from the football side of it. I wonder if you would have gotten a little bit of a different vibe, but I just don't know.
And there's going to be a learning curve, Dimitri. I think that's the fairest thing of all. These are first-time owners. They've been incredibly successful in their business endeavors and in their angel investing and all the other stuff in their tech world. And those of us know that like the tech world is not the football world. And there's going to be some learning curve to climb and how you communicate and all of that. And yeah, I think if you read Neil's body language and face at times, I think there were some things that he wished Pops could have done and said a little bit better.
Yeah.
But that's what happens in the very first introduction. And I think even Dad said that, Vinod said that, like, we're going to learn. I've a lot to learn in this process of being owners.
Well, and one thing that they may learn is just how critical, and I mean that in the right way. Yeah, well, how fan bases are. They're different. It's a different, it's looked at under a different microscope than some of the other places that he's spoken before. And each word is, there's a sports radio, station that's going to go through it, and there's the newspaper and everybody else, and the entire fan base, and Reddit, and this and that. And everyone's going to take apart every single word you say. Maybe that's true in his business community as well.
Yeah.
But it's very true.
You know what's nice, Dimitri? You know what else is nice? Those 31 other owners.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as if they're all buttoned up.
No, they'll make some mistakes along the way.
Yeah,
all right, let me see if we can get one or two more. Joe's in Moses Lake. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, just wanted to go over the math. The last
I can't hear you, Joe.
Joe, you're fading in and out on me there, buddy. I'm sorry. We're going to put you on hold. You're fading in and out. Let me go to Alec, who is in Alaska. Good morning, Alec.
Where are you in Alaska?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Where are you in Alaska? I love Alaska. Where are you?
Alaska's the best. I'm in Valdez right now. I just came down from Fairbanks where I live.
Let's go. What you got?
Yeah. So I've been thinking a lot about the Mariners, obviously underperforming, and the reason why is pretty simple. Your stars have not been stars, most of all Cal Raleigh. And when thinking about Cal Raleigh, I've been thinking, what's the biggest thing missing? What's he more valued at? Is he more valued as a catcher or as a hitter? And I've got to think what made him a superstar is being a hitter, hitting 60 home runs last year and hitting doubles and driving in runs. So I'd like to see the Mariners move Cal Raleigh into a catcher position in the same way that Mitch Garver was a catcher for us the past couple of years. He should be out there catching once, maybe twice a week, fill in more with injuries. But otherwise, I'd like to see him as a DH 80% of the time, doing what made him a superstar in the first place.
I think what's hard there, Alec, is what we don't get. I think thank you for the phone call, and I do love Alaska. If we had a Hard Knocks Mariners style, and we got to see Cal Raleigh, and Ryan was talking about this, Divish, the meetings and upon meetings with the pitchers, with the pitching coach, with the plan. If we got to see all the stuff that he endures behind the plate, all the, I think if we got to see all of that, Alec, I don't know if that call would be the same. You'd be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, the Mariners have been blown out 3 times here in the last couple weeks. I'd have to go back and look. I know for at least 2. Has Pareda been the catcher for all 3 of those? You might have to look.
I don't think so. You think so?
I'm not
we
sure.
had a Here's the Thing message where there was someone complaining about that. They said that he wasn't doing a very good job when Miller was in there.
I think there's at least a question to be asked, as much as I've sort of enjoyed the Pareda era, about what that looks like from a calling the game and all of that perspective.
He doesn't have the trust or relationship that Cal has with Logan and with Wu and the comfort and the confidence.
Why does this have to go from one extreme to the other? Like, can't you take Cal off his feet a couple of days without having to make him a once-a-week catcher?
I think
there's a lot of in-between, right? I do think he caught too much last year. I thought it last year, and I continue to think it now, and I continue to believe that some of his struggles this year are related to some of the use last year. But that doesn't mean he needs to play once a week as a catcher. Like, there's a lot of room in between those two.
First winter ever in Ellensburg. Give it to him. It's a windy city over there. You stopped there for burgers. Where did we stop, Salk? Remember the
in Ellensburg? Oh, we go to Campus Utotem Burger. That guy obviously. I've been there a bunch of times without you.
Remember that guy wearing chaps?
Will I ever forget him? Will I ever forget that guy in his chaps?
Could that have been Eric? Could that have been Eric?
I mean, I suppose it's possible. Suppose it's possible.
Lots of weekends of data. Seahawks tonight, 3 in Toronto. Going to be a lot to react to on Monday. And one of your favorites, Dan Schulman. Great.
Dan Schulman's going to join us?
8:30 Monday.
I'm taking the day off. That guy's voice is too good. He's got the best pipes in the game,
taking another day off.
Yeah, he's got the best pipes in the game.
We're in go zone, Salk.
We are?
Yes.
That's true. We'll be in Monday. We'll be in next Monday over.
We're laboring.
Labor Day.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's let's go time. It's September for the Mariners. It's the season beginning for the Seahawks. We're not messing around. Bump and Stacy aren't either. They'll be in next. We'll catch you guys Monday morning at 6 a.m. Have a great weekend, and the hay
barn
is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
Well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity Cybersecure protects our connected devices too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi. We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Reese Davis here. When the pressure's on, you find out who's ready and who's not. Same goes for the job site. The work doesn't slow down when conditions get tough, and you need tools that can finish strong.
That's why DeWalt tests its tools under real-world conditions that push even the best to their limit. Only then does a tool earn the DeWalt badge. They're built to perform again and again, like they did on the first use. DeWalt, guaranteed tough. Available at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. Two quick questions. Would you describe your current wireless service as 5-star? Are you paying more than $34.99 a month for unlimited data? I only ask because in a recent industry survey of 120,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company out there to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. And now for just a few more weeks, Pure Talk's offering unlimited data for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. After that, you'll get unlimited data for as low as $34.99 a month with no contract and no commitment. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's 5-star U.S. customer service team will switch you in minutes. And at just $15 a month for your first 3 months, there really is no better time to switch to Pure Talk than right now. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com